We're live, folks, and hopefully everybody sees us. And welcome to Photo Talk episode number 4. I can't believe this is a month now of doing this stream. And I'm hoping that I'm anticipating that Chuck's wife, Maribel, and Chuck will show up. And I'm getting an echo. Somebody's got this channel on another. Maribel and Chuck will show up, and I'm getting an echo. Somebody's got on
Jeffrey?
another, yeah.
Vaughan wanted me to mention to you a suggestion to try to make each one of everyone on the panel the same size. Suggestion to the same aspect.
Try to make each doesn't let me do that.
Huh?
Doesn't let me do that. Somebody's got to turn off their extra feed. Somebody's got YouTube on at the same time. Doesn't let me do that.
Huh?
The beep was me. Not guilty of anything else.
I think we're good now. Sorry, everybody. I'm going to let Joe Stroud is here, so let's fit Joe in. Hi, Joe. How you doing?
Hi, Joe.
What's up, gentlemen?
How you doing?
Morning, Joe.
So,
Good.
say hi to all our panelists. Joe Stroud, Wade Maddox. We got Roy Bixby with his Nikon shirt on, and of course we got John Ishii hiding at the bottom, and we got Dave Moots who decided to visit us for a change. He stopped working on his This Old House episode number 10.
Yeah, that's done.
And then we have David in the far right hand corner with a nice background shot. And hello to, we'll say hi to some people here in the chat. We got Ava returning again. She was here last week. Hello, Ava. Mozman's stopping in just to say hi. I know he's at his girlfriend's birthday party right now at her folks' house. So he must be in the closet doing this. Gustavo, you're welcome to come on when you want to. Bob from Bob Our Photos. And we got Randall and Woody, and let's see who else we got. Back up a little bit. Mike Farwell. So we got a pretty good crowd. We got 19 right now, so we will be rocking and rolling pretty soon. And it's nice to see everyone, and thank you so much for showing up again. I know Saturdays for most people are their nights out to go out and see a movie with the family or just crash from working so hard all week long. So to decide to come on late and hang out with us guys, you must be desperate.
Look at your priorities.
Yeah. Tell your spouse, hey, I gotta ignore you tonight. Sorry, the show is the most important thing in the world. You gotta come on the show. Jonathan De La Rosa, hello. And I do have some subject matter, but of course, the most important thing is that we continue to send out our well wishes to Chuck, his wife Maribel, and the family. And Rakesh is here. Hello, Rakesh. And he is improving. I expect his wife to pop on and share a little bit of information. Hopefully, we had a little bit of a text conversation earlier in the week, so I'm hoping that she can get on. And before I get into some topics of any kind, I want to bring up something that, for me personally, is very important that we talk about, and that is our photo review next Saturday. Now, I really, right now I've got, 21 pictures that have been sent to me. Some parties have sent more than one, which last week I said that's fine. If you want to send more than one, send more than one. I'm going to try to limit our conversation about each image to like 3 or 4 minutes. So I'm hoping at a minimum to have 30 photos, because that means we would, if we averaged 4 minutes a picture, we'd have 2 hours of talking time on the photos next week. I'm hoping we get more than 30. I would really, really like to, knowing that Chuck will be watching, and obviously he has not seen a photo review in a long, long time. And I would like to have a ton of images to be able to show him, where he could just sit back and watch it with his wife and have a good time. So I'm going to put up you can see my email address on the screen right now. That's where you're going to send your image, 2048 pixels on the long side. So you're typically going to be 2048 by 1365, thereabouts. Send me an image. I'm not going to be able to have you come in on a phone line and talk about your image. So either you have to be willing to have me send you a link and have you come on the screen with or without your video feed turned on and talk about your image, or put an explanation and a story about your image, and I'll speak for you. And then you can always, add some extra comments in the chat. We'll see if you're conversing with us in the chat. So let me get up the information here on the photo. Okay. Like I said, I revised this. You can send more than one photo. There's the email again, no later than 12 p.m. Eastern time on August 4th, which is next Friday. I don't want to be up for 24 hours manipulating or moving. I'm not going to edit anybody's pictures at all. I'm just going to put them try to put them in the order in which they were received. And if for some reason it gets crazy and I have 50 images or something crazy, I may have to put some where someone might have sent more than one. I might pick one or two and then put some of their other work at the end, and then we'll see how it goes. And if we have time, we'll show those extra photos. So we're going to just going to have to roll with it and see what we end up with. But I hope everybody that comes on this show and came on Chuck's show would show us some support for him by sharing an image. I mean, that's the least we could do, is share our work, put a smile on the guy's face, or make him laugh with some crazy, crazy photo that he's not expecting.
I got a question, Jack. Is there a theme for the photo, or just anything?
No, this is the first one, so we're leaving it wide open. It could be any subject matter. It could be a picture that's 20 years old. It could be a picture that you take to make it look like it's 20 years old. Black and white, vacation photo, specialty photo, what you like to do, architecture, birds, macro, whatever you want to do. It's because I think everybody that had come on Chuck's show and is kind enough to visit here and know that he's watching and try to just keep the conversations going. Everybody kind of has their niche, I mean, they may basically have taken everything or almost everything, but they still have one thing they probably focus on more than everybody else. And it's neat to just see the differences when we share those images, because there is such a variety when we have that submission and start going through them. And it's really nice that I've already gotten images from people that have never submitted an image before. And I think that Ava is first time submitting an image on the show. So I thank her for doing that. I wish we had more female photographers that would come on the show and submit some images. I did text Nancy, NASA Nancy, as I call her, and asked her to submit a photo. She popped on last week for a little bit. So I'm hoping we get a lot of submissions, and I think it's, why not, man? Don't be afraid. I mean, because this is not like we don't berate people. We don't sit there and pick their images apart. And if you're feeling bold and you want a review of your image, then strap on your seatbelt, and you never know what might come out of some of our mouths. But otherwise, it's just about sharing your work, sharing what you like to do. And I don't care if you've been taking pictures for 6 weeks or 60 years. Doesn't matter. We just want to, it's all about just enjoying photography. And I can look at pictures that I took 4 years ago that I thought were pretty good 4 years ago, and now I kind of think they're junk. Because I was getting into wildlife. I hadn't done wildlife before. So now I'm happy with what I do. But when I look at what I did 4 or 5 years ago, I'm like, it's a 5. It's okay. There's a few good ones in there, but we are all our own worst critics, I think, too. I think everybody would agree that we're our own worst critics. Now, we're up to 27 people, so I'm going to bring up a topic that's probably going to set the tone for the show, and it may set the tone in a bad way. I don't know. It depends. Some in the audience may try to throw a rock at me. Some will turn off and leave the show, I'm sure, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. I'm going to talk about, and I showed it on my thumbnail, about the presumed announcement or forthcoming announcement from Nikon to theoretically come out with a camera maybe as soon as August 2nd or within the next week. And the rumor is that it's going to be the retro design Nikon Zf. And so everyone's talking about it. Grays has talked about it. So many different channels have had conversations about it. And I'm going to give you my, we'll call it my editorial. I'm not going to go on a rant because I can't do a rant anywhere near as good as the master of rants, Mr. Chuck. So I'm not even going to attempt it. So I'm going to be calm and collective, do a little talk here, and then I'm going to open it up to everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat to add their 2 cents in. And I just ask for everybody to be respectful and polite. You can express your opinion without getting nasty. So now, if you go by Nikon rumors, they're thrown out there: 45 megapixel sensor, question mark, price range in a kit form with some lenses, maybe $2,000, $2,500, $2,000 for the base camera, improved autofocus from the Z6 II to Z7 II. And if it is this camera, the interesting thing is going to be, for a $2,000 price point camera, how much better is the autofocus really going to get? I don't know that you can expect it to be Z8 or Z9 level in a $2,000 body, but it's going to be interesting to see what it would be. That would be very interesting. They're talking about bundling it with the 40 millimeter f2 special edition lens. That's a decent lens. Supposedly similar to the ZFC design and layout, but better quality. 1 SD memory card slot. It'll have a little bump on the front for a grip, so you don't have to. People were buying those little bumps to put on their ZFCs because it was flat. Fully articulating screen, and then a few other things. Now, this is where the conversation may get a little dicey. Now, there are some folks who are apparently swallowing bottles of blood pressure medication right now because they're so upset that this camera might happen at this point in time. It's not what they want. It's not what they think Nikon should do. Now, I previously spoke this was a while back, why I felt this camera might be out of the gate first versus a Z6 or a Z7 III. Because obviously the Z8, even though 1 week it's in stock, The next week, you might have to wait a week or 2 weeks to get it, depending on where you live. But it's by far the hottest selling mirrorless camera currently, period. So my thought process is Nikon's not going to release anything too soon to compete against themselves with the Z8 going off the shelf like hotcakes. Now, many
Well, they've
sources.
been working on the ZF for quite a while now, I believe, but only a small team.
Yeah, this isn't like a new rumor. They've been talking about this for a long time. Now Nikon Rumors and Grays and Tom Hogan and many other people have said possibility of a Z6 or Z7 III showing up in 2023 was going to be pretty remote, and they were hoping in the spring of 2024. But obviously, as usual, we have no official announcement from Nikon. So for those currently cursing Nikon or preparing to do so, if the ZF camera body comes out this year or next week, saying no one wants this, no one will buy it, Nikon's making a big mistake, they don't know what they're doing, yada, 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 I politely disagree with you. Now, I'm not going to claim it's the model that would make Nikon the most money or satisfy the most customers. That would have obviously be the Z6, Z7, third generation cameras. But you basically have two choices. You don't get a Nikon ZF this year, but you don't get anything else either until maybe springtime. Or Nikon might be taking advantage of maybe a little sliver of manufacturing capability that they have right now and can support making a camera body that, yes, it's going to be a niche camera, but it would have reasonable sales volume that they can support at this time, and it won't directly compete with the Z8. It's not going to be a Z8 competitor by any way, shape, or form. So do you want something or nothing? Many people in the overseas markets in Europe and Asia have commented for months that there's a demand for a ZF type body. So my thing is, why not make some people happy now? And if they do nothing, so critics won't criticize them for not coming out with the Z6 III first, why not fill a gap, make some consumers happy? And, if you're going to hang your hat on it's not the Z6 III, well, it's kind of being a little bit selfish, because right now I don't think the Z6 III or the Z7 III, they're probably going to have new sensors in them. It's going to take them a little bit longer to get those ready. They may have everything, I's dotted, T's crossed, but they might be ramping up some production on those, like they obviously did the Z8. So, but the bottom line is, I could be like right now the biggest fake news guy for this point in time of the night. And almost everybody that talks about camera gear are fake news guys, because we don't know. The only people that know is Nikon and a handful of people that have signed NDAs, where if they open their mouth and say anything, they're going to get cut off from Nikon completely. So,
like the new lenses about to come out.
Yeah, everybody who talks here, including me right now, is theorizing, speculating, and offering an opinion. And I could be totally wrong.
Chuck seems to be in the chat. Actual Chuck. Someone asked, is that you, Chuck? Yes, it's me.
There you go.
Hey, Chuck.
There you go. And here's the big deal with what he's saying is, we'll put it on the screen. He is home, people. He is in his house.
That's good news.
Yeah.
He is home. Chuck, we're glad to know that is very, very glad to know that you are home with your wife in the comfort of your home. And
that alone helps you heal quicker.
Yeah. And everybody here loves you, and keep on progressing, man. And you got to get in the chair that I'm in right now pretty darn soon, buddy. pretty quick.
Waiting for that rant.
Well, not necessarily your chair, Jeffrey. He can be in his own chair.
He could be in his own chair. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, that is my commentary. So at this point, let's go around and see what you guys think and see what everybody else thinks.
Can I start?
Yeah.
I want to add something because I did a couple of videos about this camera, and in my mind, I was thinking they could do like Sony and stick that 45 megapixels from the Z8 and so on inside of it. But now, as I'm looking at the new information that's coming out, I'm thinking they're probably going to use the 45 megapixel sensor from the Z7 inside of it.
Yeah.
Because that seemed to make sense as far as a price point. You clear out all that stuff that's going there. And if they use the XP7 sensor, now we can get 10-bit video in camera as opposed to send it off for some kind of upgrade to get it to do 10-bit video. Because that's one of the things they said as well. So maybe this is something with Nikon clearing it out. And for that price point, it wouldn't be bad if they improve the autofocus system on it as well. And, maybe the capability has been there with the sensor, but it just is not being available for the processor to give it what it needs. So maybe that be Z8 level processing. Sensing, but at the same time, the focus should be improved over that. So for those of us who are looking for something that can do single shot, not multiple, maybe 3 frames per second or so at max, but still have great image quality. And if they do like the Z8 with the Z9, where they tweak the sensor to give it more dynamic range, I think a lot of people who just like to shoot street photos and studio stuff and landscape, I think that'll fill this bill. Let me guys know what you think.
Well, Wayne, in a way, I disagree with you. I can see the XP6 to go with the sensor from the Z7 because they can take the firmware for the Z7 and they can modify it easier for the same processor. You change processors, and it could be 3 or 4 months of programming in there, just to make it simple and get it out the door fast. That they would keep the XP6 for the processor. The
dual XP6.
But yeah, well, it is the XP6 rather than the 7. Because if they're going to have the XP7, then they'd want the sensor from the 8 or the 9, which at that price point they can't do. But like I maintained for a long time, it takes 5 years from the time you start designing a camera until it's out the door. And if you're using a bunch of parts from a different camera, then you can cut that down a year or 2. And I find that an awful lot of these so-called professional photographers that have these workshops, they want people to go manual. And if you're going to go manual, you don't need all of this electronics that we've got in our cameras. All you need is a light meter and go for it. And they can turn out something pretty cheap and pretty fast. Anyway, that's my opinion.
I'd like to send a thank you to Chuck for this statement, and it's about everybody in the community here continuing to support each other. And it's not any one person; it's everybody on the panel. It's everybody in the chat, and I myself, and I task myself and the people on the panel to pay more attention on the chat, so we don't miss out on any good discussions, so that we bring it into the show, because it's very easy we get on a roll and we're talking amongst ourselves and we're not paying attention to what everybody else is doing. So I think I just ask everybody, let's make sure that we're looking over on the screen over here and keeping an eye on what people are talking about. And obviously, right now, a lot of love is going out to Chuck and his wife, and rightfully so. I mean, we really, the photo community is not the same without you in it. and we want you back, and we want you batting 1,000 again. You know, we want the rants coming back. Not 5 a show, but 1 or 2 are okay. I think if it is a ZF, I mean, I think it's going to be tailored, like Wayne said. I think it's going to be tailored for street photography, portraits, maybe some wedding photographers might even use it. I don't know. Landscape photography. I don't think they're going to try to make a speed demon out of it. I don't think it's going to be for sporting events or wildlife. I think it's going to be, be good for, architectural photos and pretty much everything but probably birds and Indy 500 races, even though it could probably do some stuff with that, but that won't be what it's focused on. And that's, that's fine. And, like I said, I don't think right now with the Z8, Nikon rumor says, well, the Z8's in stock, so it may be in stock, but how many times over the past month, 2 days later, oh, it's not in stock anymore. Oh, it's a week. Oh, it's 3 days. Oh, it's 2 weeks. Oh, it's so it depends where you live, what country you live in, yada yada yada. So I'm just saying they're still cranking out Z8s like crazy.
Hey, Jeffrey, can I
everything at once? They can't just support a fast throw out of a Z6 and a Z7 because they're going to do them both at the same time.
Can I say something here regarding
Yeah.
this ZF, DF, whatever? Everyone seems to think, who are they? They don't want this. They meaning just the Nikon users of North America, and it seems so United States centric on what people want and don't want.
I agree. I mean, all
Nikon,
the from U.S. people.
The whole world doesn't revolve around the United States on what they buy. So everything is just centric on, oh, I don't want this, we don't want that. Well, who is we? Who are they? There's other people around the planet, by the way.
Yeah.
Nikon does sell cameras on the other side of the world.
Well, they sell as many to China as they do the United States. I mean, the United States is not the big.
China's got almost 2 billion people. You don't think they buy Nikon products?
Yeah.
No. So the point is, I mean, if you want a ZF, you want a retro camera, just like Chuck says. I don't need it, but I want it. So am I a bad guy for wanting it?
No. And whether I want it or not is totally irrelevant because I'm not so selfish that I don't recognize the fact that there's a camera for everyone. And who am I to say that shouldn't come out because it isn't what I want? I would never say that. I will never say that.
I mean, I got a Z9, a Z8. What do I want? Another Z6 III? Well, that's being a little redundant. But if they come out with something cool, I mean, really cool, I don't care if it shoots only 3 frames per second. That's not the point. But it looks cool. I don't need it, but I want it. Grab it.
You can add to your collection.
Hey, I'm sorry that the guy in Arkansas is upset about it.
Yeah,
I totally agree.
You know what I'm saying, Joe? I mean, I already got an 8 and I got a 9.
Yeah.
Do I need a 6.3?
Yeah.
Right? Like the DF. Okay, Roy's showing the DF. I thought the DF, when it first came out, I thought it was a joke. What the hell is this? But fast forward to today, the demand for DFs is huge. Everybody wants
It's become collectible.
Exactly my point. Yeah. So if this ZF comes out and everyone poo-poos it, I'm going to go grab one because, hey, 5 years from now or 2 years from now, everyone's going to say, hey, man, this is the hot Maserati.
Yeah. And everybody seems to think the ZF is going to be a crop body. I mean, if you're talking a 45 megapixel sensor, it's not going to be a crop body. It's going to be full frame.
Anyway, who cares if it's a crop body or not? I mean,
yeah,
a
but
picture.
I'm saying it's not likely to be a crop body. I
Yeah,
mean,
it probably won't. But
you
like,
know.
Diana's got a ZFC, and it's a cool little camera.
Mm.
You know, it looks like an old FM3, and us old guys like it. You know, and the pictures are beautiful, and it's very inexpensive.
I would buy a ZFC, and Wayne will smile because he'll agree with me. Okay, start smiling and nodding your head, Wayne. I won't buy it only because I want at least 10-bit. It's only an 8-bit camera. If ZFC came out with a ZFC2 and it had 10-bit, I'd buy it in a minute for street photography and as a B-roll camera, that type of thing. I would love to buy it, but I won't buy it with it being 8-bit. So
No,
I'm sure the ZF, if that's what's coming out, I'm 99% sure it's going to be 10-bit.
Oh yeah,
Jeffrey, if you turn around and you look at one of your vintage cameras, one of your favorite vintage cameras, a Minolta SRT 101 or 102, and all of a sudden they come out with a digital version. Hey, are you going to get pumped or what?
Yeah,
Sure you
Yeah,
would.
exactly, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
You're going to get pumped. You're going to go, oh man, look at this, baby. My
Yeah.
favorite. It brings back 1975, the old days.
I
And
have
it's digital.
I bought the F4S. I don't know. Roy will remember better than me. Maybe a month ago.
Uh-huh.
The F4S, and I love all the knobs and switches on it.
Yes.
I love it. You can do there's no menus whatsoever. Everything is where it belongs on the body. You morph yourself, your fingers morph yourself onto that body, and you just know where everything is. And I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
Who was the designer? Who was the designer, Roy? Of the
that was an
F4S?
Italian.
Wasn't me. I'm not guilty.
What's the guy's name?
Some Italian.
Yeah, but it's beautiful. I mean, you could kill somebody with that
for
thing.
the modern type cameras, the modern type body layouts.
Let me add something from someone in the chat. It says,
I
Ferroman.
know I won't be buying it, but I'll just shoot this if I have to. This is the old film F2.
Yeah. See, one of the things I think we're kind of forgetting, right? Ferroman said it good. Kids are getting back into film, and retro-looking cameras now too. The ZFX, or whatever it's going to be called, with the different colors, the ZFC with the different colors, popular with the younger crowd here. And he's in China. And China, is a big population, as we say. And one of the things I noticed when I was in Malaysia, there are a lot of younger folks out there that are walking around with these Fuji cameras. Maybe one I've seen with a ZFC, but there's been a lot of Fujis out there that were shooting, and then XT4, XT5 with the dials. There's something about this thing that's appealing to the younger crowd as well.
It is.
So I kind of think we want to capitalize on that side of things, because while us older guys used it as a film camera back in the days, there's something about this that's appealing to the younger generation that they want to go out and buy this camera with all the dials.
Yeah, Wayne, it's funny you say that, because the last few times I've been in my local camera store here, every time I'm in there, a younger crowd is coming in and asking for film more and more. And
Last time I was there, there's a whole
think you're
queue
right.
of people with film. It's a shock.
Yeah, it's a lot of younger people that are doing it.
Yeah.
Well,
Even though they have to get developed and then digitized and then put on their Instagram, Facebook, or whatever, they're doing it.
Oh yeah, yeah, they are.
What
I
few
work
photos.
in a camera store, and it's crazy how many people buy film.
And those CCD point and shoots are making a huge comeback.
I don't know why.
Right?
Point and shoots in general, I see them all the time. And people are shooting film who've never shot digital. They say they don't like digital.
You see, Joe, anything old is new.
That's right.
It's like that, right? Why does somebody want to collect a 57 Chevy for a big old tank like that? I mean, it's just
because it's
if
cool.
I had the money, I would.
Because it's cool, exactly. Because it's cool.
Yeah.
You know what? Even as they say, even the skinny ties made a comeback.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
Hey, I
I
love
would
skinny
love.
ties.
I would love the ZF. I wish Nikon would have the cojones to make a monochrome.
I don't shoot this film camera, but I hold
No,
on
that-
to it
that's
because
a thought.
because it's
That's
cool
a
looking.
thought, Joe.
Yeah. You know how many
Hey, what
people
is that?
would love to have that Leica monochrome, but can't afford to pay that much?
Well,
Yeah.
that's
Would
why
buy-
Pentax has got their K3 monochrome. That thing's
Yeah.
supposed to be
If
pretty
it wasn't a
cool.
crop sensor, I would give it a shot.
Yeah.
But
Hey, what was that,
Yeah,
David? You showed.
It's an old Nikon F2, I believe it is.
Yeah. See, F2. Oh man, that was.
Yeah.
What a dream
That's
camera.
classic.
That was huge money.
Yeah,
When that came out.
it's in great shape too, fully functional. But I don't shoot it, but I hold on to it because it's just cool, and
See? There you go.
it feels good in the hand too. It's
Can you
got
imagine
some-
if they put the made it digitalized?
Yeah, I mean it's just got a great feel to it. It's heavy. Yeah,
There
you
you
go.
go. There you go.
yeah.
FTN
The FTN.
legacy. That thing has got heritage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love 'em.
Huh? Tim
I love
Page,
shooting.
Vietnam, 1968.
It
You got
depends
it.
on
See,
what
that's
I'm
where-
working on. You know, sometimes
That's
I
where
wanna
Sony
shoot
Sony
something.
doesn't have legacy.
Okay, Dave will be right back, everybody.
Okay.
Okay.
He's gonna go change his green screen to something else, I think.
No, it's the same reason why I hold on to this Nikon.
Woo.
Yeah.
Check that thing
Chuck,
out.
put them up on the big screen. Can we put them
What
on the
is
big
it?
screen?
Yeah.
It's an
Okay,
R10.
Dave, I'm gonna supersize you.
Go ahead.
There you
It's an
go.
There we go.
R10 Supra.
Oh, that is
video.
cool. What is it?
It's a video camera, a Nikon video camera.
Oh man, that's
Art
rare.
From when?
It's an R10 Supra. Super.
Now is
70s?
that like set Super 8?
I believe it is. I've never played with it. It does work, but it needs new batteries.
Where'd you get it?
I got it from a dentist that used to have. He shot a bunch of film for his dental practice, and same place I got this camera from.
Hey, Roy, keep that up. I'm gonna put you up on the big screen.
Someone said F5, so I grabbed one.
Yeah, so let's pop
But
up quick.
it's
Show you
really
F5.
cool.
Hey,
I like that
Roy,
move, Dave. You got to get that thing working and try it out, man. You do a video about it.
I know it would be sweet. I mean, it's just so cool looking.
You know,
When I worked for
that-
AM, when I worked for
and
AM,
the thing is, it looks brand new. I mean,
Yeah,
it looks perfect.
Video cameras.
It's in perfect condition.
does it
You
still
know?
work?
It does, but the
I-
battery is toast now. I mean, there
You
ain't a
gotta find a
scratch
battery.
on. There's not a scratch on the lens or anything.
What kind of battery does it use?
I had it out once. I can't remember.
Rechargeable or?
No, I don't think so.
Is it like one of those where it's like looks like a bunch of double A's like molded together in like there
Plastic
you
container.
could see the outline of multiple batteries, but then it has a set of leads coming out that you plug in or something like that.
I can't remember. I'm gonna pull the thing. I think I took it. No, I took it out because it was super bad. But it looks like it's pretty beefy, about the size of a little bit taller than a C battery. Probably can't see in there, but it's got 3 contact points at the top, nothing at the bottom. So I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up again.
Yeah. Oh man,
Says
yeah,
Zoom.
yeah. Get that thing going, man. You could do a whole show on that.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing is mint condition.
You could call it the trials and tribulations of learning a Nikon movie camera.
It's and
Yeah.
the lens on it. It's a macro lens. It's a zoom macro, 7 to 70 millimeter. Let's see, 70 millimeter macro lens.
Hey, if you
Wow.
you know what, if you get it working and you don't have time to do it, loan it to Joe. Joe will shoot with it and
Yeah. Oh, that'd be cool.
he'd get a kick out of it.
You got it for free?
Yeah, I did.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I couldn't have a
That
camera
is
sitting
bad.
behind me that I'm not playing with or using something, doing something with it.
You see, David, that shows. If anybody says that Nikon never made a video camera,
Yeah.
there is the proof.
There's
There
proof.
is the proof.
That's what it is. Dedicated Super 8.
Yeah.
R10
Beautiful.
Super 8.
Lucky you.
I like Gustavo's comment here. Looks like a radar gun.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Just
Yeah,
stand in the road and upset a few people.
Yeah, stand on the highway, man. Point that at somebody to be freaking.
I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat here. We got Real Nikon Lover. He's calling in from high in the Sierra Nevada mountains, trout fishing and photo ops. That's good. And I tell you, that's the one freshwater. There's only a few freshwater fish I would eat, and trout was always my favorite. Man, I love trout. That's been a long time, man, since I've had trout.
Eating it or catching it?
Either. Either.
Here you
I
go,
like
Jeff.
to catch it and eat it, but it's been a long time. I don't fish anymore. But
Jeff, Joe's trying to show us something.
you go.
okay, Joe, we're gonna put you up top.
Like I told you, if there's a camera
You
around,
got
I'm
the
gonna try to
brownie,
use
that's-
it.
You got the
Hasn't got
brownie.
Nikon on it.
Yeah. What's
Yeah.
that?
Hasn't got Nikon on it.
No, I wish it did though. No, but I gotta play with these things, man. I'll think of
It's
something.
amazing.
I'm like, man, that would be a good shot to try with that, even if it ain't good. You know?
It's amazing. It's amazing how cheap
Yeah.
you could pick these up. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
Most
they
of them
don't.
not
They don't
working.
cost anything. You could buy a decent one for like $30 or less.
Yeah.
And they still work because there's nothing to them.
Mm.
No.
There's nothing
How's-
to them.
Where do you put the film?
Basically, a cardboard box and
Yeah.
with a
It's just
leatherette,
the front slides
leatherette
out,
finish on it,
and
and
you
there's
just
no
wrap the
optical
film around.
lens. Yeah, no optics. I mean, I can't get enough light on this so you can see it.
No optics.
No,
It's got
no
a
lens
in it. Yeah,
No
there's a
lens.
in the back.
in the front. I mean, nothing in the front. You just have the metal plate that opens up on this one. You can see the
So
shutter.
it's straight to the film, and you've got to hope that you're the right distance to get the focus.
Yeah,
Try it. Have you tried it?
not that one. But someone on the panel has submitted a picture using an old camera like that you'll see next week.
Oh, cool.
That's
Here you
good.
go, Jeff.
Cool.
Close it in.
Joe's got something showing us the back of it.
Yeah, he's showing you the. Well, let me drag you up, Joe. There you go.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, Joe, has that got a
Alright.
lens?
Gotta get my mood line right. Yeah,
Has
the
that got a
film
lens?
just comes up here. Yeah, see, it's let's see.
Film goes across the back and down the other side.
See there?
There's your glass on the inside.
Your elements on the inside.
Yeah. Nothing on the outside.
And it's like it just slides in 120 film with a little adapter on the spool, and 1/25 of a second. You know, you ain't gonna stop a car. Yeah. Or a dog.
Well, you could if you throw the camera at the car, you might stop the car.
Yeah, but it's definitely just for a look, you know, and it's got a beautiful look.
Beautiful.
Most of them aren't successful, but who cares, you know?
Hmm.
You get to play with them, and you may get something awesome. So I like the old cameras. That's why I'm not afraid of a new camera that looks old.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
it don't bug me.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be hot, man, because that's what people want. Not everybody's a professional, you know. Not everybody
Exactly, Joe.
wants or needs a Z9 or a A1 or anything, you know. They just want
David,
that
what
for
do you
everyday
got,
camera.
This is my first Nikon. It says Nikon on the back. It says Nichromat on the front.
Wow.
I've had it
Not
for
well.
49 years.
Hmm.
You know,
Say it still works.
yeah. Well, it takes a honking big battery. It is the most expensive battery going.
Hmm.
Wow.
And this one had it had aperture priority, which was really nice for way back then. And it would I used it for night photography, and it would correctly expose Kodachrome 25 at night. Some of the shots the shutter was open for more than 5 minutes, and I was really impressed with this, with what it'll do. You know, and so it was mostly manual, but because it had aperture priority, there was an awful lot that you could do back then with it. You know, so that's what got me an aperture priority going. But anyway, I've got one lens with it, my 1.4. I used to have a 43 to 86, which wasn't
Terrible lens of 43 to 86, the worst lens Nikon ever made.
well, I don't have it anymore. So anyway,
Good.
David threw it in the garbage because he agreed with you.
but anyway, your choice of zooms that you could afford back then, the list was really short. Well, anyway, I'll have to get this thing going again if I can find a battery.
Batteries are a pain, especially with the the mercury cells, are gone, and you got to buy the zinc air type that don't last long, and or you have to use alkaline and sometimes get your metering system recalibrated because the alkaline batteries are a little bit different.
There is an adapter
Yeah,
for those batteries, the LN44s or whatever.
yeah.
think
Is
it's
it
just a bunch of
LN44 or LR? Is it LR4s?
LR44s, yeah. I think they're just a couple of them joined together for the Nikomat.
Yeah.
I think there's an adapter to replace them.
Oh,
Yeah, you go on. Just go on the internet and type in battery adapter for a Nikomat, and you'll get something out there that's probably less than $15 that'll adapt, allow you to use 2 alkaline batteries and put it in the camera.
Oh, this I just went on Amazon and I can get them for $1 a piece. So I'll have to order up some. Yeah, because they used to be $10-15 back in the day.
They run the camera for about 6 months as well. A bit different to today, isn't it?
Oh yeah, well, but back then I was making $4 an hour, and the camera cost $500. So, but and so now the cameras are actually cheaper than they were back then when you look at your hourly rate.
I'll agree with
about the Nikon F2 is if your battery died, it don't matter. You can still shoot.
Yeah.
That just
Well,
powers
this
the
one,
whole
this one you could still shoot too, but you only had one shutter speed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. A lot of the cameras, there was. I mean, I know I have one. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the F3 you can only use 60th of a second or something like that.
This one here, I bought specifically because you could shoot any shutter speed if the battery goes dead. And let me hide this comment. Oppenheimer's a great movie for those of you that haven't seen it yet. Is the FM3A? You could shoot any shutter speed if the battery dies.
Okay.
Any shutter speed at all. It's the only Nikon that does that. All the other ones, if the battery dies, you might have one shutter speed that you could use, but you can't change the shutter speed. Well, you don't want to know how hard it is to get a good FM3A and how much it costs either.
Are they rare?
They're expensive.
Popular.
They're very
really?
popular and they're expensive.
I haven't got one. I've got FM and FM2s, which are very good. FM2.
Yeah, I'm going to pull down.
Which is that one?
Greg Wilson going through withdrawals, needs a Chuck rant soon.
Well, any of you guys want to pick a topic and start screaming? Go right ahead. I'm not going to stop.
We couldn't do it justice.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but we could do it on the current topic.
So David, have you used the new 600 yet?
No, it'll be here Monday.
Ah, okay. So then you're going to be gone somewhere for the rest of the week then.
I'll be tied up. Yeah, it'll be here Monday.
Why do I have a feeling though you're going to have a pillow under it so it doesn't get scratched?
Yeah, it's been well protected since day one. So he's had it covered since day one.
I would be so afraid to bang it, you know?
Yeah, but you got to get out there and use them, man.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yep. Nick's
That's
come with
right.
use, man.
That's right.
Chuck, we're so happy that you're in the chat, man. So happy you're in the chat. You know, I mean, it's
Yeah, it'd be good to get him back on here.
yeah. Say hi to Luke, everybody.
Hello, Luke.
They call you Cool Man Luke, perchance? They call you Cool Man Luke?
John, Diane posted a photograph, man. A black and white, 2 women.
Oh yeah, that was taken in Bali.
Yeah, man, that was so good.
You know, that was.
I looked at it and I was like, "Holy smokes, this is beautiful."
She told me it was a composite of merging 3 shots together to create that depth.
Hey, Chuck, we want to show our appreciation for you coming on tonight. So, everybody. There you go, Chuck. Your fans. Take a bow. If you're at home, take a bow.
Yeah, if y'all hadn't seen that picture right there.
Let me,
Yeah, it's.
let me move you up here. Go ahead. Let me move it up.
Make it big.
She took that with the Hasselblad
Yeah.
Okay.
907.
That is a beautiful shot, man.
She's very talented.
I'll tell her.
Oh, that's Diana's picture?
Yeah,
the one-
Diana took the picture. Hey, John, do you let her take pictures of you or do you run away? Because my wife runs away from me if I try to take a picture of her. Do you run away if Diana tries to take a picture of you?
I got no choice. She took this picture.
They look like John and his wife are like that couple on
There he is.
Grumpy Old Man.
Hang on, let me see if I can get her, Joe, that she can explain that picture.
Look at Mozman's comment.
Nikon is bringing out a full frame ZF. Just incentivize you. Take the mic.
Yeah.
So Chuck, you got to be here for the whenever the launch is. If you can do another 10 hours, whatever you can do, show you, if Jeff's going to run it, put your face on video so we can see you. You can nod and type. We want to see you.
You could, Chuck, you could come on in video and you could just give me the finger whenever you don't like what I'm saying.
I want to say, this past weekend we went out to the Gobi Desert. Fairman is in a chat. Name is Sean or Fox, whichever one he wants to go by at the moment. Great guy, just like with John. It's another person I've met in person via Chuck's channel. And being on here, hopefully I get to see some of you guys face to face, in the next months or years as the time goes on. But Chuck, you're the glue. You've been bringing a lot of folks together. Some of us are meeting together. Vahagan and Mosman got together, and also Jeff got together with Mosman. So, you're bringing people together that we probably would have never met face to face. So thank you for all that.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yep.
Hi, Joe. Diana's here to explain the picture to you.
Hey, Diane.
Okay, Diana, since you're prettier than the rest of us, we're gonna move you to the top. There you go.
Thank you. Which picture? The
Sure
black
again,
and
Joe.
white?
Yeah.
There. Yeah, we took this picture in Bali. And we took it. Yeah, thank you so much for showing my picture.
That's
We took
beautiful.
this picture in Bali, and it was a grandmother and then a dancer together. So we have these. They are models. We shoot them, and then we shot them in the art studio of a friend. Anyway, so the lighting for that picture comes from the side window. And for me, that is the best lighting. I love that, natural lighting. I wish I had another light or a reflector, on the other side to bring out more. But, because we were traveling, we could not have the lighting equipment with us. So what I actually did to that photo, I like to shoot bracketing, which means that you in a lot of cameras, I think Nikon or I think most of the cameras have this bracketing features. So you take one shot, it's actually 3 shots, right? You can actually set the exposure. It is minus. I usually is -1, and then the correct exposure, and then +1. So when I come back, with a picture, and actually have to shoot in the tripod, of course, when you shoot bracketing. So what I would do is exposure bracketing, not focus bracketing. And so when I come back, and then when I in the Photoshop, I will combine these 3 pictures together. So then, it will have the correct exposure as in the correct area. For instance, the girl's dress is white. And if you expose on the white, and it will make the other part, too dark. And you expose on the skin color of the grandmother is a bit dark. So if you expose it, get the correct exposure for the skin color of the grandmother, it will be too bright, for the dress. So, we have to fix these problems of different exposure. So what I would do is that usually I do bracketing. So when I come back, I will put 3 pictures together. And then I will use masking to bring out the correct exposure for the part that are darker. So you always make sure that the bright is not blown out.
Yep.
So that is the key, the trick. So once you get the white color, correct. So the darker color, when you have a high dynamic range camera, you can bring out the shadow, and then it will not lose a lot of data. So that's the trick of doing it, is the bracketing.
Diana, Chuck says hi to you.
Oh, hi, Chuck. Oh, is he okay?
Yeah, he's at home.
Oh,
He's at
fantastic.
home now. He's at home now.
Fantastic. Oh, hi. I would like to see him sometime. I mean, hopefully soon in the future.
I think he's at home eating carrots. He's probably eating all the foods that he hates to eat, right? Right, Chuck?
No more M&Ms.
No more M&Ms.
No more M&Ms. Yeah.
Yeah, no more M&Ms.
No.
Yeah, and so that's it. But of course, when it comes to composition, another trick too I always use for composition is a triangular composition. So because if you look at it, if you read about it, there is a lot of how would I say that? A lot of denotation with the triangular composition power. And then you always draw your eyes to a certain point. So that triangular, whether it is, like this or a one-sided, triangle. So that's actually a very powerful composition. So that's another tip I use. Yeah.
Did you get confused with the food triangle? Is that what happened? Food triangle?
So that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
When I saw it, it reminded me so much of a W. Eugene Smith photograph. That real stark black and white. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. If you use bracketing to do that, you will be able to bring out that beautiful micro contrast of the gray color and all that. So.
Well, I hope, Diana, I hope you're here next Saturday, because we're going to show your images that you sent me.
Oh, down.
Don't say what they are. I don't want
Okay, okay.
anybody to know ahead of time. But I'm just going to tell you, the pictures that John and Diana sent are going to blow your socks off. And I'm going to keep every once in a while on the show tonight. I'm going to keep reminding everybody, send in the pictures. I want Chuck to see so many pictures that he doesn't want to see any more pictures anymore. We got 21 pictures right now. I want to have a minimum of 30. I'd love to get 40. You can send more than one. I want everybody that's in this chat right now to send me a picture. And you've got my, all you got to do, here you go. We're going to put this on the screen quick. If I click the right
I
button,
just
it
sent you
helps.
one a little bit ago.
There you go. We got, get it to me before noontime on Friday, this coming Friday, before noon. Otherwise, it'll go into the following month's bucket. I can't, I don't want to stay up all night going through them all, but I got to have at least a little bit of break before I go live on Saturday. So everybody's had like 3 weeks to send pictures in. So you got one more week here, a little less than a week to send the pictures in. I want to get at between 30 and 40. And if I get even more than that, I will show every picture. I don't care how late the show goes. We'll try to limit the discussion to 3 or 4 minutes a picture. So if we get 30 of them at 4 minutes, that's 2 hours of discussion. So if we get more than that, we could go 3 hours of discussion. I noticed that when Grays just did a travel photo show that I think Roy, I think you were there. John, I think you were watching it.
Yeah, I was watching.
I don't think they discussed each picture more than 20 seconds. They flew through them really, really fast, and I don't want to go through them that fast. But I mean, they had a lot more pictures than what we're going to get. But they didn't spend a lot of time on them. Let's put it that way. But it was neat what they did, and it was nice to see the pictures. No doubt about that. I don't know if Here's Chuck. Here's Chuck. Saying no M&Ms. You have to cut up little pieces of carrots, make them look like M&Ms.
Yeah, I think those days are over.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't drink it. I don't think you could have a gallon of coffee anymore either.
No.
Juice.
Yeah.
No more.
They had a commercial on TV. It was a commercial on TV for some product for. To me, it was like beet juice, and it's like you couldn't pay me enough money to drink beet juice. I'm sorry, So I mean,
It's good stuff, man.
They said they called it beet, and they didn't say it was beet juice, but I mean, it had the same color as beet juice. I'm like, you could pay me, give me $500 and say you got to drink 12 ounces of beet juice. I'll say keep your $500. I'm sorry.
Hey, Jeffrey. Every Thanksgiving, you got a nice piece of turkey and the mashed potatoes, and boy, when they put that beet on that plate, I'm so fast to get that purple stuff off my plate. Whack.
You don't want it staining your mashed potatoes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't want purple mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
I don't know how people can eat those beets. Don't put it on my plate, man.
Well, what's funny? I don't know if it's a guy thing or what, but there's so many people that don't like certain foods touching other food on their plate.
Yeah, and that's beets.
Or you either that or you eat all of instead of, like, say you have roast beef and gravy, you got mashed potatoes, a little gravy on it, you got some green beans or something, and you eat all the meat first, and then you eat all the potatoes, and then you eat all the beans. Some people don't like eat a little of each thing. They focus on what they like the most, and they eat that first, and they move on to the second one, and they eat all that, and then
I had a coworker like that. You go to restaurants, he doesn't want his food touching each other, and you just eat separate things.
You know,
Uh,
you
Well,
gotta
yeah,
buy those.
like-
You gotta buy those plates that have the little separators.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm gonna have dinner with the Swansons, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I don't want pancakes and honey touching my bacon and eggs. I don't get that one at all.
Joe Mack, you are a brave soul.
He's
Beets
the
are
only
great.
one.
I don't know if you guys said or not. They're good. You can eat them raw. You can cook them. You can get the juice. It's great.
I don't like that purple color.
I've got beets growing in my garden.
They also melt snow and ice as well. People,
There you go.
people use beet juice for that.
Good.
Really,
That's a good
way
place
to
for
some
it.
good, healthy
David, that's
stuff.
a good place for it. Stick it on the ice.
just don't eat the yellow snow.
And Mr. Stewart,
Yeah.
Mr. Stewart, grow as many as you want.
Oh,
Knock
my
yourself
Lord.
out, buddy.
We went out to dinner with my old neighbor just the other day, and I didn't know the restaurant did this. We go to the restaurant, and normally you say, "Oh, I want a loaded baked potato," everything on it, loaded baked potato. And he said, "I'll have the loaded mashed potatoes." And I never heard of a restaurant making loaded mashed potatoes before. I always assumed it was always loaded baked potato, but he got loaded mashed potatoes. And it was real weird looking because it was like a tower. And it reminded me of the movie with Richard Dreyfuss, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, when he's sculpting with the mashed potatoes.
Devil's Tower.
Devil's Tower, yeah, that's what I thought of when I saw it with all this stuff on top. I'm like, oh, all right, Devil's Tower.
Hey, Jeff, Joe's got to run.
Yep.
Joe, hey, thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Yeah,
man.
Joe.
Got some editing to do. So
You gonna be able to swing by for the photo review next week?
yeah, I'll be able to be on for a little bit, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, send me a link. Good to see you on here, Chuck. Glad you're at home. That'll make you feel 100% better, just that. But can't wait to get you back
Oh, yeah,
on,
for
man.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing like your own bed, and man, I'll tell you, it's
Don't have nurses waking you up every 2 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
sticking thermometers where you don't want them stuck.
Potatoes go to
Y'all
good
have
stuff
a good
today.
evening. Y'all have a good evening, fellas.
Take it easy, Joe.
Have a good one.
All right, Joe.
Later, Joe.
I spent
Yeah.
11 days in the hospital. I hated it.
As Albert says here, you want your food separated, eat frozen TV dinners. Yeah.
Yeah. I always have dinner with the Swansons.
When I was a single man.
But let's see.
Hungry man dinners.
So, Roy, I missed out on this lens conversation you're having with Randall. You want to fill us in?
Oh, he's just looking at getting an FM3A and a couple of lenses. I was just suggesting that you just be careful of the light meter works and things like that, because that's usually the first thing to go in that camera. But it's not quite as old as the FM and the FM2s, and so it should be all right.
Well, that's my problem. I'm gonna end up buying. I'm getting ready to buy another F body just to get the FTN finder. I'm getting a body that's not like the one I got is like almost mint, but I got to get a finder where that CDS cell works. So I emailed the guy today and I said, here's my description of a meter working, because obviously the Japanese description is not correct. I says, here's a description, my description of a meter working. Is the needle is in the location that's going to provide me with an accurate exposure. If the meter moves, it does. If the needle moves, it doesn't mean the meter works. I said, I want to know that the meter is accurate, that the meter works, and then I will buy it. So the guy told me, he says, yeah, he had the camera service. They checked out all the shutter speeds. They checked out the meter. Everything works. So I might end up buying another body just to get a good FTN viewfinder, because the camera with the finder is cheaper than what many people are selling. What they say
Just the
mint
finder.
finders cost. So I'll have another body. I don't know what I'll do with it, but I got to get a good finder.
Hey, Roy, do
Get
you
a
have an
plane finder to
MD?
go with it. The plane finders
Roy,
are pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Do you have an MD11, Roy, for your FM?
Sorry?
An MD11.
Yes, I do. Okay.
And when you attach it to the FM, that sound is unbelievable.
Yeah,
There's
I don't
nothing
use
like
the motor drives anymore on the old film cameras, even if I was going to shoot film, because it just
there it
seems,
is.
This is the MD12 for the FM3A.
And the sound is unbelievable, right, Jeff?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, it's great.
especially when you put the
You
750
should
meter
record it.
back on the
Eight
F2.
batteries in this. 8 AA
Yeah.
batteries in this puppy. 8
And
of
it
them.
goes through them.
Yeah.
The sound is unbelievable. You should record it and use it as a, I don't know, for your phone.
Z9 click.
Well, you know what's funny? We sit here and we talk about how much we like the sounds of the shutters, but I remember when I was shooting wildlife with my D850, and I still love my D850, and I'd be shooting, fast burst rate, for bird in flight or whatever, and I'd have the friend with me at the time, not my friend Bob, somebody else, and he had a Sony. I think he had the A9 maybe. And so he would always look at me and he'd say, "Boy, your camera's so noisy, it's scaring all the birds." Because he had the mirrorless camera and you couldn't hear nothing, and I'm going rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
The 850's got a magnesium shutter box.
Yeah.
That's why it's so noisy. Very strong, but very noisy.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah. It's all magnesium, the shutter box on the D850.
Yeah, so he used to pick on me, and I'm like, "Hey, I get the same shots you get, buddy, But he says, "You're scaring all the birds." I says, "Yeah, I'm making them fly. What are you complaining about? You get to get them in flight." Since we got let me see what else I have here that we can maybe discuss a little bit. This was kind of funny because it's like, you gotta look at these rumor channels like every 5 minutes because the information is changing constantly. So now the Z180 to 600, first Nikon rumor says, the 180 to 600 is going to start shipping on August 30th per Adorama, and B&H didn't have a date. And then the very next day they said, Lens should start shipping next week. So it's like the news changes like every day. The news is changing. The dates are changing. The information's changing.
Yep.
I'll tell you an interesting lens, and I'm really gonna. I mean, I got the 24 to 120 f4, but I'll tell you this Tamron 35 to 150 f2 to 2.8 Z mount zoom is really, really an interesting lens.
One of each.
You got, what's that? You
One
got one of each.
MD11, MD12.
And a 12. Okay. Now, does the 11 take 8 batteries too?
Yeah, almost identical.
Okay. Is it a slower frame rate, you think, at the high end, or
I think
is
the
it the
MD12
same?
is faster.
Okay. But yeah, but that lens 35 to 150 f2 2.8, if the quality is there, that could be a pretty interesting lens for travel.
Oh, look at that.
That's the F2 with the motor drive.
Yeah, that's like the Tower of Power.
Hey, Roy, do you have the 250 back?
And the
250 frame
750.
back?
And the 750.
And the 750. Oh my
Well,
God.
Jeffrey, that 35 to 150 already exists for Sony.
For Sony, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I've never seen any.
Did you ever use it?
I've never seen any reviews on it. I've never used it. No, I was just curious.
Yeah,
Of
I guess
how-
it's $1,900.
I
The
was
Sony
just curious to
version.
how well it did. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
F3 with drive.
Yeah, when I see those on sale, and I say, my God, those things are so tall. They are so tall.
Yeah, it looks like the Z8 with the battery pack on it.
That's a good weapon, though. You know, that's a
It's
good
so-
weapon.
Hey, speaking of weapon, Jeff, well, back in the day, right? This photojournalist I knew, it was this girl, and she worked for the newspaper, and then she got into an altercation with somebody, and she was using a F3, and this guy had pushed her around, so she took that F3 and bashed it against the guy's head.
I believe it. Off camera.
Yeah, kaboom! That ended it.
Well, Paul Connors did something similar, except he killed the guy.
Who?
Paul Connors. He was he used to be on here a while back. He was a military photographer.
What happened? You got into a fight?
Well, he was in a trench, and the other guy decided he wanted to be in the trench too, and they were opposing sides.
Oh, yeah.
That'll
should
do
be
it.
Yeah.
That should be in the Nikon Museum. You know, I went to Saigon one time, so I went to the museum there.
And say goodbye to Bob from Bob Our Photos Quick. Thanks for tuning in, Bob. Appreciate it. We will be shooting, him and I will be shooting together Monday, weather permitting. Today it rained on and off. It must have rained 6 times today. Rain, stop, rain, stop, rain. Oh, man, what a pain in the you-know-what. But hopefully Monday's better. Sorry, John. Keep on going.
Oh no, I was in Ho Chi Minh City, and they have this war museum there, and they have a whole section just for in memory of these photojournalists. So you see their Nikon gear in the glass cases, and one had a bullet in it, and it stopped the bullet, and these were like the one you got, FTNs and Nikon Fs inside the war museum. It is really cool.
Those things are built like tanks. They really are. They're built like
literally.
I miss the removable prisms on them too. New cameras don't have the changeable prisms.
Yeah, and what's nice is, and even the well, not only the prisms, but you could get at the focusing screens and put different focusing screens in. And what's nice is if the focusing screen gets a little crudted up with something, you could take it out and clean both sides and put it back in.
Yeah.
You know, that's nice. That's nice to be able to do that. Randall, he says we need, he sees me drinking water. He says, we need your water down here in the Southwest. I don't think this small amount is going to be enough to help you.
That's if it's water.
Yeah, I'm not going to say. This could be vodka. It could be gin. I used to like gin in the day. I haven't had a drink in probably, God, 35 years.
I can't afford the brain cells anymore.
You know.
Hey, I got
Hey,
to
Jeff,
jump off.
David's got to take off.
Yeah, I got to jump off of here tonight. It was good seeing everybody. I will catch you at the photo show.
Hey, try to send me a photo with the new 600.
Well, I was just going to tell you, I sent you a photo tonight, so
I'll send another one.
It may change. Yeah.
Well, I'll show both. But
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you'll get something good.
But anyway, everybody take care. It's good seeing everybody again. And Chuck, I just sent you a little message. I'm glad you're back home and you should heal up much faster, and can't wait to see you again.
Yeah.
So have a good night, everybody.
All right,
Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Thanks a lot.
About Osprey, how many chicks is normal? Because we have a nest here with 3. Guess he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Let's see here.
Hey, thank God for Jeff and Roy with all their museum pieces.
Yeah, well, Roy's got all the pieces plus all the accessories times 2. I only got.
You got to have spares.
Roy, what is it that you don't have?
I don't have a F6 or a D6.
Okay. Do you
Didn't
have
get
the
the F6.
58? You got the 58 1.2 knock?
Yeah.
You do.
And the 1.2, 55 and 50s.
The one the one that's worth huge money.
Yeah. Sitting there.
In the
It should be
box.
over there somewhere. Where is it?
Okay, David, I looked it up. Osprey have between 2 to 4 eggs.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Thanks. Because
Good
this
for
one
them.
got 3, and it.
Hey, Jeff, Roy's
Yeah.
got something showing up on the big screen.
what's he got now? A
I
whole
think
shelf?
51.2 not old one.
And they're worth about what, 10,000 US? What
Something
are they?
like that. Terrible
Show them
lens.
again, Roy.
It's
got
a
2 of
terrible
them.
lens, but it's worth money.
Show it again.
You
Everybody
have
can
to
see.
open up your museum.
Which one is it? I've got 6 here. One of these 2, I think. These are the 50 and 55s. They're the 50 and 55s.
Mm,
Oops, can't see anything anyway.
not too close here.
That's the one that's worth the big money, right?
Yeah.
Very overrated lens. I never use it. I used to
No, I
carry
think
them because you needed the low light.
Better say they're not worth anything because we don't want them to get robbed because we're telling everybody how expensive they are. All of a sudden, Roy will show up on the next show with a shirt with holes all in it everywhere, and he'll say, "I lost everything. Thanks, guys."
You got to go someday. But all those 50s of that era are pretty soft, wide open. You never used them wide open much unless you really needed the extra light. That's why I used to carry them. Now we've got the F50 1.2 and it's brilliant. The Z lens.
Now I'm assuming the older versions were definitely not sharp around the edges at wide open.
They weren't sharp in the middle.
Weren't sharp in the middle. That's not good.
You only carried them for the low light use. You didn't carry them to really use them much.
What else we got going on? Okay, they announced the Z8 and the 800 PF are back in stock. That was from last week. Now I looked up the prices because they didn't give the prices on Nikon Rumors. They came out with new L plates and brackets for the Z8. So Really Right Stuff came out with one called Really Right Stuff Modular L Plate Set for $200, and that is the L plate is 2 pieces. So you have the base for like using it for a tripod, and then you attach the vertical piece to it to make your L bracket, and that's $200. And then 3-legged thing, they have one called, I guess, the Zooey, Zooey bracket. It's a 1-piece design made out of magnesium. That's $129.99. That's a good price. And then Kirk came out with they went a different route. They made a base plate for $60, and then they have an L bracket that's a 1-piece design for $150. So there you go. You got like 3 different approaches to do what you want to do, and different price points. And the F-mount Zeiss Milvis lenses are up to $1,000 off. So if you're into the Zeiss lenses and you're
I
still
like Zeiss,
shooting,
but not the Milvis.
you know,
Not the Milvis.
not good, huh?
No, I like these old ZF2s.
And I'm sure, I guess I'll bring it up because, I'm sure everybody's talking about it. With the most negative of anecdotes is the handful of people that have had problems with their lug straps on their Z8. So they are asking the distributors to do pull tests and stuff on the straps. And see if there's any hairline fractures that show up or what have you. And Simon from Ordinary Filmmaker did a video talking about that issue. So if you want to get entertained, and I'll tell you, Simon's a good guy because he doesn't, you know, most of the people that have discussed the lug strap issue on the Z8, you know, they present it in a way to get the most clicks, to get the most views, to create a huge crisis where, yes, there is an issue for a handful of people. It's unfortunate, but don't make it out like there's 2,000 cameras out there with bad straps, because that's not the case. And Simon is very good and balanced in his discussion about the camera strap issue. So I want to applaud him for being, you know, realistic and bringing it up and talking about it without sensationalizing it like so many others are.
That's the 8mm.
Oh my goodness. Does that have any scratches on it, or is that perfect?
No, that's pristine.
So that's got to be 20,000.
No idea. I haven't looked at it for a while. I've had it for a very long time.
Is that the same one that Gray's had that had a scratch in it?
No, that they had the 6mm, and that's about 150,000.
Okay. Did you ever try that lens with a FTZ on a Z camera?
Yes,
Yeah.
ages. First time I got the Z6, I did.
And how was it?
Very nice. It's also built-in color filters, which is interesting as well. It's designed for the black and white era, so it's got color filters built into the lens.
Wow.
Did you manage not to get your belly and your toes in the picture?
Not easily.
Well, I've got an 8-15, and that is a big problem when I'm shooting at 8. You know,
Well, that's the same as the 8-15 at 8, but
We got you back, John. I didn't see you there. Sorry. And then we got Gustavo. Here you go.
Hi guys,
Hey,
relief teaching here.
we got to have you knock your volume down a little bit,
Okay,
maybe more than a little bit.
better now.
Yeah, talk again.
just right.
Testing.
We're good. We're good.
All right, good.
So how you doing?
Doing good here. Doing some relief pitching as we rotate people. That's the way Chuck like it.
Oh yeah. You know, we got Chuck. We got the merry-go-round going on the stage here, moving people in and out. So David, are you going to the campsite to get pictures later in this week coming up?
I have a picture that Anita sent to me that I'm going to send to you.
Okay.
And I've got a picture that I took last week with my 750, the full spectrum.
Okay.
I shot it in infrared, and I'm going to send that along.
Good.
So there will be at least 2 more pictures, and between what's been sent in tonight, and you know, so. But I was looking at a thing on infrared photography with Kelby One, and there's an interesting thing that they had on there with the photographer. They were saying that not all lenses will work with infrared.
That's right. Some block it.
Well, yeah, and it was kind of funny that some of it, you could get it in the middle, but as you get out the outsides, it could become grayer and grayer. And I'm not going to mention what brand the guy that was using that was doing the video, because see, he was having problems, but at least he was nice enough to tell you what to look for to see if your camera works well. And like I use my 16-35, and I've got problems with reflections on it, so I just got to watch where the sun is. But other than that, it works well. You know. But anyway, I'll have 2 pictures to send you. So.
All right, good. And so Tim said hi to Chuck, and Chuck responded. And let's see, Wayne, you taking off, or you hanging around? Hopefully you're hanging around.
I'm still here. Having
Okay.
breakfast now.
Okay. Okay. You know what I don't like is when the private chat thing. You know, it's like you got so many little boxes popped up in front of you that you get dizzy after a while, man.
Do you have a second screen, Jeff?
No, I do not.
Oh, that's your problem.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm accepting donations. I wouldn't have room on my existing desk to put another monitor anyway, because I got a glass shelf above it. So I barely have enough height to raise my monitor up without hitting the bottom of the shelf on the other part of the desk. So I can't fit another monitor in here. I could always bring my laptop over and put that next to me, I suppose. But
Open 2 screens, 2 windows.
Yeah.
Well, I've got 4 screens here, so
I got my laptop set up. I got my laptop now set up as my for handling any negatives that I scan. Now I'm putting them in my laptop.
God, what do you use for a desk? It must be like a banquet table.
No, John, I've got them too wide, too high. They're 27-inch monitors, and all 4 of them are 4K, and they match, and they're all photographic quality.
Wow, I like to take. Must look like NASA.
Well, I need this many for work. You know, so.
Oh, you still work?
Well, I retired twice, and I'm back working. But I'm only working 24 hours a week this summer, and starting the middle of September, I'll go back to 30 hours a week. I got to do something to pay for my photography habit.
See, that's the only reason Dave's working is because he can't decide to just stop. So he has to keep the money coming in.
You see that Nikon keeps coming up with more stuff that I don't need.
But you want it, so you buy it.
Well, David, I'm really happy for you that you're still working, you know, because guys our age or even younger than us, I mean, we're getting to the point where we're just obsolete and getting the AI'd out, you know.
Oh, the thing is I was always the top of my field, and I used to be IT support, so I can keep up with a lot of this crap.
Oh, that's good.
And
the important thing is to keep yourself relevant, you know.
Yeah, like I just bought 2 16-terabyte drives for my NASA's today. You know, so and both of them. Well, one of them I can lose 2 hard drives and no information, and the other one I can lose 1. And they've got 25, 30 terabytes of space on them. So as I need more space, I just take out a smaller drive and replace it with a bigger one.
I think Dave stores files for NASA on the side. Dave has a contract with NASA. He stores some of their satellite imagery.
Well, a lot
David
of the,
Stewart Cloud.
a lot of the engineering companies I work for, I've got more storage at home than they do.
Yep.
Anyway,
Real Nikon lover saying this is interesting because I ordered from Nikon Direct as well, stating the lens would ship mid-August. Okay, that's good to know. Well, good and bad. That means I'm going to get a credit card bill that I don't want to pay. So I don't know if that's good or not.
Yeah, I just paid Wells Fargo some the other day.
Chuck's taking off, guys. Chuck, thanks for coming on and watching the show tonight. And we're going to hopefully have a whole lot of photos that you're going to get to enjoy next Saturday with the photo review. Maribel, have a good one. Thanks a lot. Take care of Chuck for us and take care of yourself. And we wish both of you well and your family. And hope to see you next week.
Good having you, Chuck.
Take care, Chuck.
Good night, Maribel.
yeah, good evening, Chuck. Yeah.
Yeah, that was great that he was able to get on tonight.
Yeah,
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Not only that, but participate on the chat and
Yeah.
typing all the stuff. So that's great news for us here.
Yep.
Well, not only that is that Chuck being on because Maribel didn't have his passwords, so you know he's actually there now. You know.
Yeah.
He's improving.
Being home is a big deal.
Oh,
for
yeah.
Sure.
And they get him running up and down those stairs, you know. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a blessing that he's home, and I know he's gonna keep moving forward in the right direction, and hopefully we, as they say, we see him sooner than later. I hope so.
I think he's serious about the M&Ms, though.
You must be.
Yeah, he's probably staring at the bag. That's kind of like the acid test. You hang the bag, within like 12 feet, and see if he gets see if you go walk by him, 10 minutes later, and then he's like within 6 feet of the bag, and then you figure you better get rid of the bag.
Yeah.
And Gustavo, you're the only person.
Yeah.
And I hate to give everybody a heads up.
Oh.
That the image that you sent was Gustavo sent an image, and he used the auto capture feature because he doesn't want to take pictures anymore. So he's in the house having bacon and egg, and the camera's doing all the work. So I don't know if we could even count that image, as an original Gustavo image. Now it's getting get too AI-ish on us here.
I agree with Gustavo because I've been doing a similar thing for the last 10 years. I use the intervalometer, for my night sight. Yeah. And what's the use of spending all of this money on a camera with all of these features if you don't use it? You might as well go back to film and completely manual. You got to use this because, I agree with you, Roy. They're not going back, but anyway, because I just love when it's minus 30 and minus 40 outside, having my camera outside snapping away while I'm sitting inside my nice warm truck.
Gustavo's lucky in this because he has. If I set anything up in my backyard, I'd be capturing images of flies because I don't have much that it's going to pick up on. I mean, I get some ducks in the pond and stuff like that. I could fool around, I guess, get some ducks or whatever, but I don't have any beautiful hummingbirds flying around my house. The hummingbirds, when I went and I bought the flowers that they like, and I bought hummingbird feeders and I put them in my yard, and I did not get one hummingbird because no one in the whole community has any bird feeders. They have nothing for birds. So the hummingbirds didn't know that, hey, poor Jeff spent money on these flowers and feeders, and you're ignoring me. So Gustavo's lucky. He's got all sorts of great activity around his house, and he could capture it with that feature. I mean, I haven't tried it yet. I'm going to try it just to say I tried it, but I don't have the luck of a subject matter that I can capture with it right now, and on my property.
But I tell you a secret. Well, not a secret, but your dilemma that you having 1C9 and 1C8 or 2C9. I'm starting to miss not having that auto capture on the C8, because sometimes I want to capture two different angles or put one in film and one in video. Having that in the two of the same cameras is fantastic. On the other hand, I would have not taken my camera to Argentina if I didn't have a smaller C8. So balances here, right? But no, that auto capture is very good. And I actually found the PDF that you recommended, Jeff.
Yeah,
read it through, and actually that explained much better how to use it, because what I was finding is that different modes, correct, of autofocus work different in the. I mean, the little intro to this feature that we got from Richie was very brief, correct?
yeah.
So for instance, the certain modes for the C1 mode work very different than for when you try to use all the frame for focusing. So, but there is a reason, and actually it's good that it works like that, because you can tailor to what you need. But you need to try it in your botanic garden, because it allows you to work a little bit further behind, correct? You put the camera close to the flower, and then you go 50 meters away and wait until it works. Obviously, if there are people,
I'll stand like 10 feet away, and I'll try to wave the bird. I'll try to wave the bees and the butterflies and say, "Come on over there. I'm the camera's over there. Come on over."
Yeah, I don't know about you, Jeff, because I've been out camping different times, and there's people come along with their potted plants, and they hang them on their side of their trailers, whatever. And the next day they have hummingbirds. And I've never seen a hummingbird at that campsite, forever. But they've got hummingbirds there, and they were only there for 3 or 4 days. But you could always do what Gustavo did and get yourself a deer and tie it up in the backyard. Except he didn't have to tie his very good.
Yeah, well, I think David had that shipped to him UPS.
Maybe, but there was one nest that I was shooting. I wasn't getting very good shots last year, so what I did is I drilled holes in the tree and I put branches in an ideal location, so when the parents were feeding their young, they'd have a place to stand where I could get a decent shot of the birds.
Exactly.
Sometimes it takes you a year or so to get it set up, but it is possible. And like Gustavo, he's the expert at this. He can probably go on for years telling us all of his tricks, but they're all secrets, so he can't.
Well, you know who does a lot of props is Moose Peterson. Tons of most of the small bird photos that he takes is because he has certain trees in his yard and certain plants in his yard, and then he attaches dead branches off of the feeding areas where the birds can just sit on that branch and hang out far enough away from the food source, so it looks like a natural picture, even though the food is maybe only 3 or 4 feet away. And he has a combination of the right types of plant life and feeding stations and branches, clamped here and there and everywhere. And he has a huge picture window that he looks out, past his porch, and he sets up a real long lens inside the house and shoots through the window and gets the birds. He puts an 800 or he puts a 600 on his tripod,
He's
and
the 400 4.5 now, I notice.
right in his house. He doesn't have to leave his house.
That's called preparation.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to pay your models, correct? So that you pay them by feeding them for quite a while.
Well, see, some people call that cheating.
Well,
I call that cheating. I try to find them in the wild. I don't.
Some of us need to cheat.
Yeah, and some of us has got to shoo the birds away because they're making too much racket, so they can't get on the live stream, like Roy. But you got to.
Cockatoos are a nuisance.
Say again, Roy.
Cockatoos are a bane of my life. They eat the house as well. They chew on the wood.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of what you got out there, and like what I do at certain times of the year, I shoot certain things because I know that's what I can do. But I don't bother go shooting birds nesting in the fall because that's the wrong time of the year. Exactly. And we all know that. We got to do what works best. And sometimes it takes a year or so preparation. Like I don't know how long it took Gustavo to run over that deer to put in the backyard. He was probably 3 or 4 years waiting.
That is the one that I didn't want, but it happened. But it is. You're correct, David. On the flickerness, and Jeff knows that because I sent him some image last year. This year, 2 years it took me to photograph the whole cycle because they just fledged the nest. So I have to keep a dead tree in my yard and, make sure that the tree was protected. The first year it was raided by raccoon. So I had to put metal around the tree. I mean, it's preparation. It's and then you have to be patient and you watch the whole process and hopefully you capture the whole natural history of the species.
Yeah. It's just like when you're taking pictures of models. You have to collect them, and you got to arrange them and all the rest of this stuff. You just can't say, you just phone up a model and say, come on over here, I want to take your picture. You need a background, you need all the rest of this other stuff, and it takes a while.
But Jeff is correct. If the light is good in one place at one time, you set your camera, you put it there, and then you can go and do something else, photograph something else in the meantime. Because the light window is only an hour and a half. And they're more likely to come if you're not there.
And the nice thing about auto capture, you don't have to be there.
Real Nikon lover's taking off for a little while. He has to go eat. Go ahead and enjoy your dinner, sir. Thanks for coming on. Hope you come back. We may still be here. We don't know. John, what do you have for birds where you are? What kind of birds do you have in Malaysia?
Oh my God, and just millions of them.
I mean, are you close to them, or do you have to drive an hour to get to them, or what's your?
The hottest bird is a yellow belly sapsucker.
I'm not saying a thing about that.
I don't even want to say that 3 times fast.
No, I mean every time. Hey, what was that bird? I said it's a yellow belly sapsucker, man. No, I mean. Birding here is a big, big deal. And I got a lot of friends in the birding. And they go out every day. They go out into the jungle and they bring out their big dog lenses and shoot birds. And me not being a birder, they all look the same to me, right? Yellow belly sapsuckers. So then I'm just not getting up at 5 a.m. to go shoot some 2-inch bird, right? with a $20,000 lens, it's just not going to happen. It's just not me.
Gustavo love getting up at 5:30 in the morning. That's the life of a wildlife photographer. Start at 5 a.m. and get the heck out of Dodge before noontime when the light's too harsh.
No,
But there are a
if you-
ton of bird photographers. They had a bird race the other day, and a bird race is whoever IDs as many birds as possible in a certain amount of time is a winner. And then there's a conflict between bird watchers and bird photographers,
Yeah.
as you know. They hate each other. So yeah, there's a lot of birds. I got just outside my window. In the jungle here, there's a whole family of Brahimian kites.
What I never quite understand, and I'm not saying this, I mean, I get along with all the bird watchers, they come out with their spotting scopes and stuff like that. And you'll have groups, you'll have people that'll come down to that park that are bird watching groups, and they'll come down, 20, 30 people, and they'll have their tripods and their spotting scopes and stuff like that. But
Do they hassle you?
But the one thing that befuddles me, the one thing that throws me, is some people have the spotting scopes and then they have the ability to take a picture with like a phone using the spotting scope. And I just say to myself, why don't you get a camera? It's going to be so much better. Why don't you just get a camera, forget the spotting scope, get a camera with a zoom lens on it, take a picture of it with a camera. But I don't know. I mean, they like to use their phones with their spotting scopes, and I mean, I'm kind of like the wrong guy to talk to if you want to talk about taking pictures with a phone, because I rarely take pictures with a phone. I don't like phones. I don't care for phones at all, and I sure as heck don't use the picture part of the phone hardly ever.
What do? They take their iPhone and they stick it to the eyepiece.
It has like a special mount or a cradle where you put the phone in, and it'll take the image.
Oh, I never seen one of them.
But
have you ever been hassled by a bird watcher?
No, I don't have a problem. We have a guy that comes in there. We have an app called I'm trying to think now. What's the name of it? It's an app called Merlin. There's a few bird apps, and there's one guy that we wave to every time we're there. We're not there every day, but this guy's there 7 days a week. He's an older person like me, but probably a little bit older than me. And he goes to the park every day, and his job is to count birds. He's a bird counter, and he goes through the whole park, and he counts how many spoonbills, how many red-tailed hawks, or whatever he sees, and he marks down exactly the location where those birds were, and he puts it, and it shows up in the app, and then people can go on the app and they can look and see what types of birds were seen where in that park. And he's the only guy that does it. It's the same guy every day, comes in there, counts the birds.
And that's really important.
Jeff, let me tell you a couple of bird stories, right, that goes on. And one of the major reasons why I don't get into it is that these bird photographers do some really bad stuff. All right. What they'll do is they'll go buy some fish, some big fish, and they're about $20 each, and they'll stuff it with styrofoam. And they throw it in the water because these fish are expensive. They don't want it to sink, right? So they throw it in the water, and when the eagle comes down, bang! It picks up it picks up the fish. And then they take their picture. Meanwhile, the eagles the raptor starts eating this fish, and it's got styrofoam in it.
No, absolutely.
Well,
I
just wrong.
I would choke somebody if I saw him do that. I would literally choke them.
Number one. Number two, they'll take a picture of a kingfisher, and they'll starve it. They'll capture one and they'll starve it, and they'll stick it into like a big aquarium thing, and then put the camera, and then they'll put a fish in there and start shooting at high speed because The kingfisher, it's so hungry it'll go for anything.
That's I tell you that those, not only is that morally despicable, it's criminal, and those people should
exactly.
be in jail.
And
They should be in jail for that.
and they do it to get the prizes.
No,
Yeah.
that's just beyond horrible. I mean, that just makes me ill. It's like the other day, I didn't see it. My friend Bob did. I mean, we shoot together quite often, but sometimes I'm shooting one way at one subject. He's shooting another way at another subject. And when we were done for the morning, he says to me, "Did you see that guy, what he was doing to the alligator?" And I says, "What do you mean?" He says, "I turned around and I see his arm going like this. And I've seen little kids do this, and the parents don't stop them. And we'll say something to the parents. The photographers, unfortunately, are becoming like law enforcement. We're the ones telling people, don't do that to the animal. Don't do that to the alligator. And the park rangers should be out there in those areas to see these idiots."
What are they doing?
He was throwing rocks near the alligator to get it to turn around so he could
Should make him go get them.
so he can get a picture of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, park ranger should be there, see the guy, say, pack up your stuff, you're leaving for the day, you're kicked out of the park for the day, you can't do that. Get rid of it.
What about what do you think about bird calls? And then they put it on their phone, and then the birds.
I got mixed feelings about it. If I know people that do it. I do not do it. People do it, and you're not harming the bird, but at the same time, you're changing its normal behavior.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
So you really shouldn't be doing it, but it's the same thing. People get desperate. They want to get the shot. They look up the bird on the phone. They hit the button. They make it tweet, and then a bird shows up. They get their picture, and they're all happy. But that one's kind of borderline either way, because you're not physically harming the bird, but depends when you're doing it. If you're doing it during mating season, that's definitely wrong, because the bird's probably trying to find a mate. Now you do something that takes its focus away from trying to mate. So I don't know. I just don't do it, but I know, a handful of people that do, but I've never had anybody. I've only had one person do it in front of me.
Oh, really?
And I turned around and I didn't say anything. I turned around and walked away.
Yeah, John, that type of behavior is people that first don't have good appreciation for nature, correct, and the other one don't have the patience to be a nature photographer, correct. It comes hand in hand. If you're going to start going and providing mouse to hawk or owls and that kind of stuff, which used to be more pervasive probably about 10 years ago, but certainly here in the United States, it has such a bad reputation that if other photographers see somebody doing like that, and for sure they will get reported, correct? Because for sure you cannot do that in the national parks or in public places, but so those practices are not common anymore. I don't see that type of situation, right?
There was a snowy owl that showed up in Southern California.
Oh yeah.
All right, one snowy owl landed on some guy's farm or something in Southern California. Gustavo, there was like 300 people that showed up from all over the United States,
and that's one of the big difference.
Farm.
Oh, and that's one of the big difference between birders, because they have like a list of birds that they have observed, and photographer, correct? I can take the photos the same species because I'm trying to improve on the photography. They are on the checklist. Their checklist is the most important thing. They want to make sure that they have
this collection of look what I got.
Exactly. That's what they do in their the personal checklist, and they travel all over the world, which is fantastic, just to make sure that they get
Every species that they can that there
exactly.
is.
On the
Well,
other hand,
who
on
they
the other
trying to
hand,
impress? I don't get it.
no,
I will never have the quantity and variety of birds that a lot of photographers have, because I don't do that stuff.
exactly.
And now Randall brings up an interesting thing. There's not much you could do about this, Randall. Shutter clicks that annoy the birds with people and fish also. If you're in it, like when you're in the park where I go, these birds are used to people for the most part.
That's right.
Cars are driving right through the middle of the marsh all day long. Campsites, campers, people going to the beach every day. They're used to a lot louder noises than shutter clicks on a camera, so that's really not a big concern in the scheme of things. In the
Well,
overall,
not for us because our cameras don't even have a shutter.
Exactly.
yeah, yeah. But I
the,
mean,
the birds in the parks and in the national parks are habituated, correct? That's why it makes sense to do it in a place like that, okay? But on the other hand, I found, like Jeff, you were mentioning last week and this week, that sometimes the photographer, particularly the one that practice regularly, actually end up controlling the crowds because you have a big lens, you set up relatively far from the animals, correct? If you go to Yellowstone and there is a bear and there is no photographers, the people will try to go to that, 5 meters from the bear. But if there is a line of photographers, that becomes like the barrier around it. So
John's taking off, so let's say goodbye to John. John, thanks for coming on, my friend.
Yeah, it was it was great, man. What a double hitter. You got to see all of you guys and then see Chuck and then he's communicating. He sounds like on the way to 100% recovery.
Yeah, John. When you go out and shoot birds, you're going to have to find a dead one.
Yeah. Well, David, the only birds I see are the ones at the market, the dead chickens, and that's it. No, I'm just not into the birding thing because of these issues. I'm just not into that,
It can be, the problem with the problem with wildlife photography and probably bird photography is it's
egos.
No, you're fighting everything. You're fighting the weather. You're fighting the changing light or lack thereof. You're fighting, all blue sky, all gray sky, no clouds, nothing like this. Then you're fighting is the critter, are the critters going to show up today? Where are they going to be? You got to look for them. Then when you find them, I spent one time, no lie, I'm not lying. I sat on a guardrail for 2 hours waiting for a great blue heron to get a fish, because a great blue heron could sit, be standing in the water, head looking down, and that head does not move. It just sits there looking at that spot in the water, what seems like for eternity. And then eventually, all of a sudden, bang, and it comes up with a big fish like this, and you're there to capture it. But you have to be willing to plant your behind in one spot, sometimes for hours, to get that shot. And then you show the picture. Somebody sees your picture, or they saw that you took a picture, and they say, "Oh, can I see it? How it came out on the back of your camera?" And then you're being polite and you show the picture. But so many people think that anybody could get that shot every time they go to the park.
No way.
Everybody thinks that I could go there with my phone and I could get the same picture. Well, 99% of the people that go to try to get any kind of nature shots whatsoever, 99% of them have the patience of a 2-year-old child. If they don't see it happen within 60 seconds, they walk away and leave. They would never stay in one spot for hours waiting for a shot. And
That sounds like me.
Gustavo knows exactly what I'm talking about.
That sounds like me.
But
On that
John,
note, all right, you
Roy made an interesting comment here that I saw that in a documentary about this lyrebird. That
He
that's
copies everything
that
he hears.
bird.
oh yeah,
Part of their sexual behavior is try to attract the females by learning the song of other birds. Correct. So it create
That's
like it create a display zone, and then the males come there, and they basically attract the females by imitating. And one of this, as Roy was saying, one of the things that started to imitate dogs and cats and people was camera clicks. So,
Yeah,
so about
really
the
strange.
repertoire, and that was fantastic. I mean, just to see.
Mm.
But I agree, the new cameras are great because they're completely silent. Right?
hey Gustavo, Sanjit's in the house. He'll tell you some pretty scary stories. He's got a ton of them.
Oh no, it's,
All right,
no,
you guys.
Take care,
See you
John.
later, John.
Bye bye.
Hello, Sanjit. I'm looking up and I see that you're here. That's great. Thanks for popping in. And
Hey,
yeah,
Sanjay.
I think those of us that do nature photography, most of us are not in that camp where you're gonna do whatever's necessary to get the shot. I mean, I obviously I'll go in the park and when I can get a species that I never got before, just because I happen to run into it or happen to see it, that makes my day. I mean, I could have all my other pictures could absolutely stink horribly. And if I get that one shot of that one bird that I've never seen before, I had a successful day. But I don't bait it, I don't trick it, I don't trap it, I don't call for it. It's just as they say, you know what, luck. You know, if I'm there at the right day, the right moment, the right time, I get lucky. And the thing is to be when you're doing bird photography, you're always looking all around. You're looking behind you. You're looking all around. You're doing a 360 all the time, because if you just stay in one spot looking this way, the good stuff could be right behind your back and you don't even know it. You got to constantly be aware of your surroundings and what's going on. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of
Two
work.
cameras, one for each
Yeah.
direction.
You almost need one mounted on your shoulder, aiming that way with the auto capture turned on.
We make use of it yet.
Actually, when I'm experimenting with the auto capture, which I'm doing quite a bit, I'm actually thinking about Sanjay, because he said, "Wow, for the type of thing that he's trying to document the natural history of all these hornbills, and that is a fantastic thing, because he knows where they are in the nesting, and he can trade. Because even if you are inside a hide, correct, which is the next thing, or you are, they still know that you are there, correct. It's just that you are less obvious. I noticed that now, as soon as I move away, they come to the feeders or they come to the nest hole. So there is always some minimum amount of awareness they have,
Yeah.
even in areas that are habituated. So that's very fantastic.
Yeah, if birds can count, you know.
Oh, they do.
Oh yeah, and you're better off to have your camera out there and lens on a tripod aimed at what you want using auto capture than you are to be in a hide or anything else.
They do. That's why photographing ravens or magpies or jays is extremely difficult. They count. They know if you enter the hide before sunrise, they know that you are there. Correct. So they're clever than we think. But that's part of the challenge. Correct.
Nancy Jane is in the house. It's nice to see her in here this week. We had a little period of time where we didn't see Nancy much, so glad to have you back again. I hope you do send a picture for next Saturday. I hope you're able to come on next Saturday. Send me a picture. Here's the, let me throw it up here.
And
Here's the information.
Nancy can confirm I'm not storing data for NASA.
Yeah. Yeah, Nancy, we're picking on David because he has more mass storage for his photos than most businesses have for all their files. So I joke that he has a contract with NASA to store satellite imagery on his hard drives. But send your photo to this email, selectiveimagery1@gmail.com, no later than next Friday at noon. You can send more than one photo, by the way. And we'd appreciate it. We're trying to get 30, 40 pictures that we could share because Chuck will be watching. Chuck was on the show in the chat tonight. He is home. And he is now home and recovering, continuing his recovery from home, which is fantastic. And I'm trying to really, push everybody here to send me an image, man, so that we can really wow him next Saturday. I would rather just start the show with no BS, no conversation, dive right into the pictures and keep going until we run out. That's what I'd like to do.
Mean that as in BS, we can't have any brainstorming?
No brainstorming, no, because one, we're assuming that our brains are still working well. We are getting older.
You may be getting older, but I haven't been this age before, so I don't know.
See, I thought too much in my job, which is why I have no hair. I just fried it all right off.
I don't have that problem.
David Stewart. Sometimes the video feed slows down to a stop.
Well, it's my video wasn't moving and looked like I was nodding off, but I wasn't. I might have been thinking it slows it down too. So, yeah.
Yeah, here's Sanjit. This is so true. Photographing at nests require a whole different discipline. And you see sometimes you see a special on TV and the people are climbing mountains, and they're laying on the edge of the downslope of the mountain, and they're laying there, and then there's the eagle nest or whatever at the top, and they're just laying there all day long with their camera, taking their time to take an image, but they make sure that they're as inintrusive as they can possibly be. And too many people are just not sensitive to the subject matter. It's unfortunate, and that includes the photographers. I'll tell you right now, most of the time it's tourists. Most of the time it's the tourists that come in, and their priority is to see an alligator. That's all they want to see. They want to know, are the gators here? Where are the gators? Where are the gators? And then they crowd the gators are crossing the road to get from one side of the water to the other, and they crowd the gator. And they get within a few feet of the gator. Well, I've had a gator literally a foot away from my body, but I didn't know he or she was there. I've never intentionally placed myself next to any alligator on purpose. I'm looking through my lens. I'm taking a picture of a bird in flight on the other side, and a gator decides to cross, and he happens to be like right next to my leg. That's not a planned event. And I sure as heck would not intentionally crowd the animal like a lot of these tourists do. It's very, very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Hey, Jeff, let me say goodbye to everyone. Got to take off here.
Okay. Thanks for coming on.
No problem. See you guys next weekend.
Yeah. Send me some more pics. Send me some pics, man.
Will do. Got some
You
stuff
know,
coming.
Send some. I mean, you got a lot of good architecture where you live or where you're staying too. So it doesn't have to be nature by any means. We like everything. We like everything.
And Gobi Desert.
All right. Yeah, I did spend some time out there. I got some of that I have to go through. About 1,000 photos out in the desert there.
Wow.
I will send you the bodies.
And then you can take a picture when you took your lens off and you're shaking all the sand off your sensor.
Oh no, I avoided that one. Did well with that one.
Yeah, that's the biggest fear, right? Do you ever use a real quick one though? Do you ever when you're out in the desert, do you ever put like the lens covers on your camera?
No.
Those like people would use for like a rain guard, and cover up the whole camera, or you just shoot it with nothing?
I just shoot it with nothing. When we went out there, it wasn't blowing around. That was one of my worry first. So I only took like one lens when I went on the sand dunes.
Yeah.
But it wasn't blowing around. Didn't have any issues. It was fine. I was surprised because it was windy most of the time when we were out there. So that was a good day when we got out there. No wind. Got some pictures of the sand and people on the sand. So yeah.
That's good. I know I'd be very nervous.
So was I.
Yeah.
Pharaoh Man was in the chat there. He and I was out there together. So he had a Z9 out there. We were both worried about that. So we just both took one lens and we climbed up the sand dune.
More worried about changing lenses.
Yeah. Not where you want to change a lens. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was also worried because of the 24 to 120 where it went out and so on, but not an issue at all. No issues with the lens. Camera, everything is fine.
Good. All
right, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Right.
You guys
Take
next
it
week.
easy. We'll see you next week. Send some pics.
Will do.
All right. Take care.
Right. Bye-bye. All right.
Yeah. Okay, Roy. I'm waiting for you to say you're 100%.
I'm not there yet. I'm working on it. I've been trying to retire for 30 years.
But
Yeah, Mike Farrell saying that he's 16 for the fourth time. So I gave him a math problem to figure out how old I am.
Pharaoh Man, sand in the hood, but no sand anywhere in the camera. Yeah. Yeah, that's like if I go to the beach because of the salt spray, or if I was at a desert, that's one of the few times I would make sure I have a filter on my lens. I'd rather have the filter get sandblasted or covered with salt water than my lens on my camera.
Just cleaning the filter is much safer.
Yeah, because you could take it off and just run it under tap water,
Yeah, disposable.
Yeah,
your lens isn't.
Yeah, you're not gonna take your camera lens and rinse it underneath the sink.
I have to try that.
Yeah. Find a lens that you don't like, Roy, and let us know how that works out.
I've got a few of those.
Yeah, he's got that old knock.
Yeah.
Millimeter. Yeah.
I haven't used that for many years. I should sell the thing.
Here's Randall. This is interesting. Last time he fished at a lake, got up, took my fish and chair, looked down at a bush, and a water moccasin snake was sleeping peacefully. Here's another story you're going to think I'm making up, but I'm a good storyteller, but I'm not so good I can make something up like that. But when I was in middle school, and we had our science department, and they said, bring in something for show and tell. Bring in some kind of, something that you caught, a toad, a frog, whatever. So I go down to the pond, it's like maybe a mile away from my house, and I catch a water moccasin.
Oof.
And I put it, and I don't know. I just say, oh, it's just a black snake. So I catch it, and I put it in an aquarium tank, and I bring it to school.
Wow.
So it's sitting there on the counter in the science lab, the water moccasin, and the teacher like freaks out and said, "Who brought this into school?" And I raise my hand. I go, "I brought it in." Go down to the office right now. So they called my parents up, and they said, "You got to get here. Your son brought a poisonous snake to class for show and tell. We got to get it out of here, and you need to have a talk with your son." But I would catch snap, and you're young and stupid. You do stupid things, but I used to catch snapping turtles. And one time I had a snapping turtle, and I'm dragging it out of the pond by its tail. And so a guy comes by in a pickup truck. He says, "Oh, what are you doing with that turtle?" I said, "Well, I just caught it for the fun of it, So the guy says, "I'll give you $20 for it." I go, "Okay." So he was going to make turtle soup out of it. So I was only a kid. I took the $20, gave him the turtle. Okay, here you go. And now would I do that now? No way in heck would I try to pull the tail on a large snapping turtle, because they had the old story, which was true, was if they bit you and you chopped their head off, they'd still be biting you. You'd have to go to the hospital. They'd have to put like a muscle relaxer into the jaw, into the head of the turtle to relax its grip on you, because you could cut its head off and it still wouldn't let go, even with the head cut off.
And nowadays, Jeff, if you would have done that, bringing that water moccasin to the school, you get expelled, correct?
Oh yeah, I'd be
That's the end of your education.
Suspended for 2 weeks or something. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
No, that's that is a problem. I think my story with a snake is, you guys know that originated from Venezuela. So part of my thesis, I had to do field work, correct, in the mountains, doing like USGS geological survey, but in Venezuela, correct. That's part of our work there. And at one point, I had take some measurements of the rocks, etc., etc. And that took a long time. It was 3 months of field work, correct? So my mom say, "Oh, Gustavo, I'm going to get you somebody to help you, find a local person there to help you with your rocks and everything." And I got and get this boy that was helping me. And the problem is that when I was making my measurements, he's messing around. So he see a snake and he tried to go with a machete to try to kill it. And I get upset. Don't do that. Let it go. But he went and did the machete, and that was a poisonous snake, what we called mapanare, which is a type of very poisonous snake. And he didn't kill the snake, but the snake got wounded. Now we are in a river, so we need to go a little bit in a little creek. And then I sit down in the floor and start making my notes of another outcrop. And then he's still messing around, and that snake that was injured runs away and got under my pants, and sitting in the floor. So I now have a poison snake that is trying to hide underneath me. Well, I can tell you one thing. I got a spring out of my proverbial, I don't know how I managed, but I managed to jump from a sitting position to like 2 meters away. And it was indeed a poison snake. So the best thing to do is not mess with the snake, correct? You see it there, poisonous, let it go. Now, Jeff, where you work, where you do your wildlife work, I presume that part of your duties is also, because you have that road from the ponds, is protecting not only the gators, which are obvious, but I'm sure that you have a lot of turtles and everything going across the road, and then preventing them to being killed by cars, correct? The traffic. I'm sure that you do a lot of traffic work.
Luckily, the turtles are on the original road.
Okay.
That isn't used for car traffic anymore. It's used for like their the caretakers, cutting the grass. They'll drive down with their lawnmowers and stuff like that. But sometimes they'll hit like a frog or something. They'll run over a frog or a toad. And this is no lie. Another story. You see the dead toad laying on what was the road. It's like cement, and all of a sudden a snake comes out. A large snake comes out from the brush and just grabbed that frog that was squashed and dragged it back into the woods. I got pictures of it.
Wow.
With the toad in its mouth. Yeah, it's weird. But the turtles you'll see sometimes, not a lot of them, but sometimes near the pond, a freshwater pond that is to one side of that road, and then the other side of the road is and that freshwater pond is where the gators nest when they nest for the wintertime.
Mm-hmm.
And they start in that body of water, then they cross over the old road and they go into the other pond that's brackish, that technically used to be the marsh before they put the road in to split the waterway. So they go into the brackish water. Then they swim all the way up to the main causeway, as I call it, the main road, the only road that comes into the park for people going to the beach. And the gators will cross that road and physically go into the marsh. And some people have actually seen those gators occasionally on the beach at the north beach in the park. And sometimes they make the mistake of not timing things right, and the tide goes out, and then they have to like slop through the mud, all the way to get back and cross the road and get into the pond again, and they're all covered with mud. Probably took them, over an hour to get back, to cross the road. But yeah, there was a guy one time in bare feet went into the swamp side intentionally trying to catch a poisonous snake.
Wow.
Trying to catch a poisonous snake, and he didn't get one. And I'm just shaking my head because I saw his girlfriend leaning over, like looking at something, and she was like far up. And I says, maybe something's good's going on. I'll go up there with my camera. So I walk up there, and I see the guy in there, where it's full of poisonous snakes and could have gators in there and everything. And he's trying to catch once again, where are the park rangers? Why isn't there a park ranger on that walkway to stop these idiots? He gets out of the water. He didn't get the poisonous snake. Then he's following me behind as I go back the other way. And he asks some lady, hey, have you seen any poisonous snakes around here? And the lady points farther down in the direction I was walking. Oh, walk all the way down there and take a right. There was a copperhead around the corner. The guy took off like crazy. Oh, I got to get it. It's like, you're going to get it all right. I hope you get it. I hope that it gets you is what I'm hoping. People harassing wildlife. I don't know if the guy was just trying to look impressive for his girlfriend. Oh, look what I could do. I could catch a poisonous snake. I don't get it. I never figured that one out. There's some good snake stories in here. I'll put them on the screen. Let me back up a little bit. Hopefully I can find them again. And oh yeah, here's a good one from Randall. He brought a dead snake in his lunch paper bag to his mother. It was playing dead. When she looked in the bag, I guess it woke up, and guess what happened to me? And then Nancy had a comment in here about a snake. Oh, here you go. Here's Nancy's comment. She caught a snake and had it for 2 weeks before her father-in-law told her it was a copperhead. I held it all the time.
Wow.
Well, yeah, when you're young, you see a snake, you don't know the poisonous ones from you don't know the garden snake from the poisonous snake. And you go, it's just a snake. You know, you get the tree branch with the Y in it. You see it crawling, you pin it down with the Y part of the stick.
Exactly.
And you grab behind the stick around the head and you lift it up and you put it in a bag or whatever and you bring it home. You go, look at a new pet I got. And everybody goes, oh, that's a rattlesnake. What are you doing? You got a lot of rattlesnakes, don't you, Roy? Do you have a lot of rattlesnakes?
Not rattlesnakes. Most of those are more deadly than that. There's one snake, I think it's called the central taipan. It can kill you in 3 minutes if you haven't got the shot for it.
Yeah. And rattlesnake are from the Americas, Jeff.
Yeah,
only.
we don't get rattlesnakes.
But they have
Most are
plenty
worse
of
than that.
they have plenty of bad. I think Australia, the great majority, if not the totality of snakes, are poisonous. Right? I guarantee you that the kids in Australia don't bring any snake home.
Everything in Australia, or everything and anything, even the kangaroos could kill you in Australia.
No,
They tend to beat you up a bit.
Yeah.
No, that's no. I used for the company that I used to work. I used to be the environmental warden when I was in Africa, and part of the thing that I needed to do was to keep an inventory of the snakes in the campground where we lived. Okay, so that there was a supply of antivenom and all that kind of stuff. So one of the things, obviously, in Africa, people see a snake and they get killed automatically. Correct? The people that are working on the houses, they go and kill it. So one time, they kill green mamba, which is a extremely beautiful, extremely poisonous snake, one of the most poisonous snake in Africa, and my wife, who also likes snakes and knows about snake more than me, actually collected that snake, took it home. You know, because we used to do show and tell, correct? So we put it in the freezer, correct? So it was a frozen snake in our freezer, and it was amusing because every time the person that worked for us in the house will open the fridge, will find a snake there in a plastic bag. So, but we kept it there for a couple of months because we used to have it, take it out. Now I can tell you one thing, because with snakes there is a lot of mysticism and stuff like that. Correct? That place that we used to live, all the houses got broken. Not my house, because they knew we have all sort of animals. Actually, in the town where we live, they used to think that we were practicing witchcraft. So my house was protected just by the fact that they saw my wife collecting snake. They see me in the jungle taking care of the traps, disarming the traps. So it was fun. But indeed, we used to have a green mamba is close to 2 meters long, extremely beautiful, and very poisonous. I couldn't save it. When I arrived, it was already dead. But we kept it for show and tell.
So everybody thought you were the local witch doctor.
Yeah, they saw that. When we talked to, they call it the nanny, the helper in the house. When my wife talked to the nanny and find that, and we find out because there were some workers that needed to do some repair. They didn't want to come into the house, and we didn't know what happened. So my wife asked the nanny, the lady that helped us there, and he was asked, and they said no, because they think you guys do some peculiar things. And the story is a long story, I'm not going to tell here, but they at that time we didn't have children, so they see that we were collecting the snakes because these are the children that we didn't have. Correct? So married couple in Africa without children, that's a strange thing for them. Correct? So obviously we used to work with a lot of English and Dutch people. We were the only ones that didn't they have another language. Correct? So we were very confusing for the people in Africa.
Now, Randall brings this comment up, and this is interesting. Snake handler, that he had a store with snakes, and he gets bit and he dies. And there was a there have been episodes on TV. Excuse me. There have been episodes on TV where they had people that extract the venom from the poisonous snakes, and once in a while they actually get bit by the snake, and sometimes they almost die, and they're the ones taking creating the anti-venom, and that's dangerous because sometimes they get bit and they end up in the hospital.
And spiders too. Spiders can be deadly.
So does do your medical teams, your medical teams, your ambulance guys, do they have a full stock of anti-venom in their
hospitals? Yeah,
I'm sure.
You have to.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, when I was doing my thesis in the university, they give you the snake venom. You have to carry with you in your rucksack because the chances are when you're doing field work, that you're going to encounter. Now you needed to keep it refrigerated overnight and that kind of stuff. But no, in places like South America or Australia, you need to. Let me put it this way: you could buy at that time, I don't know now, but you could buy antivenom in the pharmacy without a prescription, and that is not an easy thing to administer.
I'll be right back. I got to tend to the dogs. Here's a question for you, Roy.
Yeah, I think it's the brown snake's pretty common everywhere, but there's deadlier snakes than that. The central taipan's probably the worst, I believe. I'm not an expert on snakes. I know that central taipan, you've got 3 minutes to get the antidote or you're dead.
But you get them there in your property, correct, Roy?
Sorry?
You get snake in your property, correct?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, we don't, not at the moment because the kookaburras eat them.
Exactly. Okay.
Well, we've got a lot of kookaburras in our garden, so they eat the snakes.
That is true. That's actually probably the best remedy for you. Right?
It is. I like the kookaburras.
I thought you didn't like the noise they made.
Sorry?
I thought you didn't like the noise that the kookaburras made.
I like the kookaburras. I don't like the cockatoos.
Oh, the cockatoos.
They chew our house.
Okay.
They've eaten the windows out of the other house we had. All the glass is falling out the windows where they've eaten all the wood away.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny when you see pictures of people, they go to Costa Rica to get pictures of birds, and of course part of the adventure is not just seeing the birds; it's seeing the poison dart frogs and the snakes, and people get some great pictures of these poisonous snakes. Yeah. And I don't know how. I would not have an issue taking pictures of the poisonous dart frogs, but if I saw a snake hanging down from a branch looking at me, I'm not sure if my first instinct would be to take a picture of it.
Most snakes run away from you. They're pretty scared as long as you stomp when you walk. It's only a few snakes that actually chase you.
Those what's it called, those type of vipers they photograph in Costa Rica, correct? They actually are bird specialists, correct? They actually hang around bromeliads and flowering because they go and catch the birds as they come to feed nectar, correct? So a lot of hummingbirds become food for the snakes, for that type of snake, and they're beautiful. They have brilliant colors. Okay? I see somebody once mentioned the diamondback snake. They're beautiful.
Well, they like to raid the nests and eat the eggs too, correct?
That is true.
Yeah. Funniest thing I think the coconut crab, it climbs a tree, attacks a bird to break its wing, and as the bird falls to the ground, it goes down to the ground and eats it.
Those giant ones they show on the beaches and stuff that are really big.
I think the coconut crabs.
Yeah.
So where you are, Roy, did you have a lot of flying foxes or not?
We get a few there, yeah. Lots of
Okay.
possum, flying foxes, lots of parrots, a few snakes. Not, I haven't seen any in this house yet.
Yeah. You may not be seeing them, but they're seeing you. They're watching you.
I don't take any notice.
They actually, I see Randall making a good comment here that actually the monkeys are the one that are a little bit nasty.
Mm.
Those capuchin monkeys, they I mean, they throw all sort of things at you, right?
I thought some things you don't want thrown at you as well.
Exactly. I tell you, one time I was photographing some capuchin monkeys, and they, I was behind my camera looking at them and taking I was by myself, and they start throwing sticks and
Feces.
and all kind of things. So then far away, then one came, took an iguana out of the tree and threw the iguana at me. So so they do. I agree. The monkey and people in Southeast Asia, where John is, macaques. Wow, those are nasty. If you want to photograph the macaques, you better be like inside your car and take it with a lens. They go and rob you, take your glasses, take your camera. Actually, sometimes. Right?
This statement by Randall is really true. Sea snakes are some of the most the most poisonous snakes there are. And if you're a scuba diver, which Gustavo and I are, you get bit by a sea snake, you're pretty much done. You're not going to get anywhere quick enough to.
Actually, the central taipan, that's about 20 times as deadly as a sea snake.
Exactly. Yeah. Locally, they are very docile, and they have a very small mouth, correct? Because they actually, as you know, you have those sea snakes. They actually are hunters, correct? They use the poison to hunt in the little crevices in the coral, correct? So it's you have to subdue a fish immediately.
Yeah, but sea snakes don't seek people to hurt, so they're not that dangerous.
But sometimes you'll see video clips, like a National Geographic special or something, and there'll be hundreds of them swimming in the water at the same time. And you better hope that you're just not there at that time. I know I wouldn't want to be there. Not unless I was in a protective tube. deep sea diving gear where I'm head to toe covered, maybe.
You get that chainmail scuba armor, scuba suit.
Yeah, chainmail, yeah.
Protect you from sharks.
Yeah, that stuff does work, but man, it obviously it's very heavy. You don't need you don't need to add any weight belts. I don't think if you're wearing chainmail, you just sink right to the bottom anyway.
You know what the most deadly animal in Australia is? The horse. We lose about 70 people a year from horses. Sharks and snakes and that, they only kill a fraction of that.
David's taking off here. Take care, Dave.
Yep.
Now you gotta have a different background for Saturday.
Yeah, I'm going to be out camping on Saturday. So.
Okay.
So it'll be definitely a different background. Instead of using my Chev, I may just sit in the Ford, but it'll be a half ton. Anyway, yeah. Well, it was a good night talking to you three. And everybody else that was here too. So, and we'll keep in touch with Chuck if I can.
Yeah.
And talk to you later.
All right. Take it easy.
Okay. Bye.
Have a good one.
Give our wishes to Chuck.
Yeah. When you talk to him, say hi to him from all of us.
Well, I will. I may I'll probably be communicating with Maribel for sure tomorrow, so we'll see how things go. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Take care.
Fantastic.
Let's see if I had any other news. I had something from Sony Rumors last week that I didn't get to. Is Sony Rumors, they're saying that the A9 III will be the fastest camera ever made, and they're talking frame rate and autofocus. And that
one's pretty fast.
And they're saying that particular model, they're focusing on speed, not resolution. And the guy on Sony Rumors didn't know what he just put 24 megapixels question mark because he just doesn't think it's going to be a high resolution camera because it's just going to be focused on something for, sports and birds in flight and that type of thing. And then they're coming out with a Sony 70-200 G2 macro lens, half X throughout the range, TC compatible 1.4 and 2x teleconverters with quad XD linear motors.
Wow.
Looks impressive, doesn't it?
That'll probably be a pretty expensive lens.
Mm.
With quad motors in it, linear motors in it. That won't
I like
be
the
cheap.
voice coils that Nikon started to use, then didn't. Those voice coils looked impressive.
Yeah. I guess they're only putting that in their $12,000 and up lenses.
Mm. I'd like to see them in all their lenses.
Oh yeah. Unless you have a pacemaker.
I don't think that's enough to worry about.
Oh man, when I worked at in the aerospace business, we had a manager that had a pacemaker, had serious heart issues, and we had a lot of high tech machinery and equipment, and for whatever reason, somebody that was relatively new in the company. You always have to get somebody that wants to try to make a name for themselves really fast. So I guess he was concerned that this one piece of equipment wasn't safe for somebody that had a pacemaker, that it could cause a problem if someone with a pacemaker were to get too close to this particular machine. And so she got involved and she jumped all over it. And then of course this was, everybody would come to me, so it became my problem. It became, well, this is a problem and you got to take care of it. You got to put warning signs on the piece of equipment or whatever. And I don't know how many hours I spent researching it. And I went to my boss and I says, I'm not putting any signs of any kind on that equipment. I called the manufacturer. I did my research. It is not a situation where he's going to have a heart attack if he stops there and looks at the machine. And I refused. I said, I'm not going to do it. If you want to do it, give it to somebody else. But I did the research. It's a non-issue. The person is worrying about nothing. I'm not going to do it just to make somebody happy if it's not a true problem. And I wouldn't back down. And then they ended up, showing the work I did and just saying we're not doing it, and it didn't happen. But of course the new person was upset because trying to make a name for themselves, being new in the company and all, I kind of kiboshed that, which wasn't my intention. It's just I'm not gonna put a warning label and put labels on something that are not a problem. And I'm sure Nancy deals with that a lot at NASA because they got tons of equipment there that may or may not cause a problem for somebody that has a pacemaker. But you got enough warning stickers on everything in that type of business, and you don't need to add more just for the sake of adding more.
And God forbid you have to work with radioactive material, Jeff?
I used to work with radioactive material.
I know radioactive tracers and
I used to work for, my first career was working for a nuclear electronics company, and we made whole body counters, and we made the radiation detectors that were used in nuclear power plants to measure the radiation exposure for workers that worked at radioactive power plant.
that you put in your
Thyroid. Yeah,
no, but you mean the little radiation counters that you put in your clothing when
they had the dosimeters. They called them dosimeters that would record your radiation exposure. But we actually made the machines. We had like a whole bed. They called it a whole bed body counter. Person laid on it, and there were a bunch of sensors that could measure radiation.
Okay.
And we had analyzers that would take that data, and you would see like peaks, like on an oscilloscope, you would see certain peaks, and depending the height of the peak and where it was on the screen,
wow,
you could determine, whether it was, cobalt 60 or americium 241 or what type of radioactive isotope it was. And so we had whole body counters that went in nuclear power plants. We had chairs that people would sit in, because most of the time the radiation would affect the thyroid gland. Was the primary place where the radiation would stay. So we had something that would come right up to your throat, touch your neck, or be an inch away from your neck, and that would be measuring the radiation in your thyroid.
Wow.
And then we also made low-level radiation detectors, which we actually got permits to sell to Russia when the Chernobyl accident occurred, because all of Europe, from the radioactive particulates in the air, they were like they wanted to measure like water samples in rivers and streams, and anything that was a drinkable water source, whether it was for people or animals, like cows and stuff. And they would snip grass clippings and put it in our machine, and it would be able to read really low levels of radiation, because they wanted to make sure that the radioactive fallout wasn't going to contaminate the grass that the cows were eating, and then contaminate the cows that the people were eating.
Yeah.
So that was, our sales went through the roof, because all of a sudden we were selling stuff to countries that we weren't allowed to sell stuff to, because it was a health emergency.
I was living in Holland during Chernobyl, and I remember the warnings, hey, today the weather is so and so, need to bring the cows into the barns and don't go out, and all that kind of stuff.
They poured away all the milk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They poured away all their milk.
Yeah, we were measuring milk too, because we had like these little stainless steel discs that were probably had a lip on them that was only like maybe 1/8 of an inch tall. And you would take like an eyedropper or a syringe or whatever, and you would put your sample in that dish, and then it would go in a holder, and you'd slide that into the machine, and then the sensor would get moved up into this pocket where that disc was, and read the radiation. And actually those machines, because they were so low level, we had to stack what we call the detector area, where the actual measurement was occurring. That unit, we had to surround it with lead bricks. So we had to stack lead all around it, so that you were getting the reading of the sample, and not the reading from what might be around you. So that was fun, because you'd have to, you'd be building the equipment and using the equipment, and you'd have to unload a pallet, and you'd have to spend half the day stacking these lead bricks, and they were heavy. You had to make your little lead containment area. It was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, real Nikon lover. Yeah, potassium iodine.
That's right.
That's
Oh
it.
yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
I still got a pack.
So Jeff, on going back to photography, but related to this, so your radioactive lens, has a yellow again, or is still after the cure you did to that, is still working fine?
Still good.
Exactly.
Still good. I mean, it'll probably yellow again someday, but it might be 10 years from now.
Exactly.
But it worked. It worked. I mean, I bought that lamp and I made the cardboard tube and I put the lens in there and I stuck the light in there and it worked. It got rid of it.
That was fantastic.
And that was the old, I think it was an old Minolta wide angle, like a 28 millimeter or something like that.
Thorium in the lens.
Thorium, yeah. But it was in the day, it was a great lens. It was a good quality lens, but I bought it not realizing that it had the radioactive isotope in it and that it would turn.
I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's a concern. I wouldn't leave it on the camera though.
Not for radioactive, but it's the cast, the yellow cast in the photo. I mean, the amount of radioactivity there is nothing, correct?
No.
It does show up on the Geiger counter though.
Oh, I'm sure. But you take it here, the Geiger counter under the sun, you also get some, correct? So.
Yeah, a lot of, like I said, we sold a lot of the stuff to primarily nuclear power plants, but then it also got bought by universities and stuff that were doing studies and things like that. So, I mean, that was my first career before I got into, testing or making things for, stuff that went into military and commercial airplanes, and then eventually doing stuff for NASA when I moved into the space division. So I had an interesting career, but I'm very happy to say that I'm happily retired. I'm sure, Gustavo, you must feel a little weird now being retired. Does it seem like strange?
No, not yet, because at the beginning you had to make so many changes on stuff and make phone calls, and it's so I'm still in a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Married people, your wife finds too much work for you.
Yeah, that's.
I had a hard time adjusting to retirement. I had such a regiment and such a routine every day for so long that I was going nuts, and I would have gone nuts if I didn't have my hobby behind me.
Exactly.
I would have gone nuts. That has kept me sane, literally sane in retirement.
Too late for me. I've passed it.
Yeah, but you're still working 10% of the time.
Yeah, I am.
But I do miss, I won't lie, I do miss the money. I do miss the money. This is an expensive hobby, and when you're retired on a
I noticed that
income, it's
big
hard.
difference, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's only going out, nothing coming in. So
yeah.
But no, it's the thing for me is that indeed I think my morning routine now start with photography, correct? So indeed that feels, at least now in the summer, which is so hot, feels the first 3 hours of the day, because after that is, even here in Colorado, still too hot, correct?
Yeah. Well, and then you can spend, if you wish to, you could then spend the afternoon downloading your photos and editing them.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's like I gotta, when I shoot with my friend, we tend to go we go a minimum of twice a week, but we might do like a Monday, Wednesday, and then in between those days is when I'm trying to process the images and go through them and whatnot. But if I was going, I sometimes used to go 4 times a week, and that was too much. I had too many pictures to go through, and I couldn't keep up with everything, you know. So it's better to go 2 or 3 times a week and have a manageable amount of photos to work on. But, you know, of course, with mirrorless and having that 20 frames per second, which I don't normally use, you can end up with an awful lot of pictures real fast. Doesn't take much. Yeah, this is true. I mean, I had a lot of good people that I knew, a lot of good friends at work, and you know, you when you leave your place of employment, and for me, that my second job was 30 years, and you knew, and some of those people you worked with that whole 30 years you were there, they're kind of like family. And then, you know, you leave, you retire, and then you move to another state, you never see any of them again, you know. Kind of hard. Makes it tough.
Mm. Now you got new friends.
Virtual friends.
Yeah, virtual friends.
Yes, better.
Reach
You
out,
turn them off.
reach out and shake hands like this, you know.
Mm.
I tell you, it would be so cool if a handful of us really did live kind of close to each other and could, you know, every 6 months meet for a day and have a photo shoot or something and go out to dinner and have a good time. Because it's like we got so many good people that come on this on Chuck's show, and now, you know, on this temporarily, and it would be so nice to be able to meet a lot of these people, because great group of folks.
Oh, absolutely. That was
I'm a bit too far, I think.
yeah.
My cousin actually lived in Australia for a while, and then he moved to New Zealand, and then he came back to the States. But he lived there long enough to get married and have a kid, and then get divorced.
That's too long. Mm.
I think that is Chuck's kind of aspiration, that there will be the occasional get together in different places and subgroups of this community here, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be, well, I know that you know, some people were trying to do the, you know, get together in Las Vegas for some of the
WPPI.
you know, yeah, WPPI and all that stuff. But you know, I mean, unfortunately, I have to be careful about my budget, and I can't just on a whim, you know, buy airline tickets and go fly somewhere, because then I can't do something else, you know.
Exactly.
I didn't, unfortunately, I did not. I had to spend too much money on my kids, helping them out. And then now I'm one of those retired guys that wishes he had like twice as much money that he has, but that's the way it works.
I did the same.
You know.
So Roy, let me ask you a question here, because Jeff knows
Sure.
that I have been trying to do some feeling flash photography, correct? With
Flash?
for my camera, for my wildlife, which is a difficult thing. But
Yes.
actually, I'm finding out, Jeff, that even you know, working the some of the flashes, and I ended up buying one of those Profoto ones, correct? The new ones that work well with
They're pretty expensive, but
they are.
the thing is, you're not going to get a very distant flash with
No,
just
but
the
I
flash.
can put the flash very close to just to try to get some color. Okay.
Mm.
The problem that I'm finding, Roy, is that even when it's like, you know, 10% of the power, because I'm, you know, using a manual mode, and only a couple of meters away from some of the flowers where the hummingbirds are arriving, that at 20 frames per second, okay, the flash only fire every other frame.
That's because it's recharging.
It's
It's recharged.
recycling.
So
Yeah.
You need to-
they say no, you can do any speed, and I find out no, that's not true.
No,
Just-
that's not
No, it's
true.
recharging. You need a battery pack or something that takes bigger batteries.
exactly. But so I'm finding some of the limitations of. But I need to buy some more books, and when I get some questions, I need to ask the community here.
What's
because,
is it a Pro Photo?
yes, a Profoto, the A10.
You
The
probably just need a
problem
battery
is
pack.
too, though. The problem you got to worry about too, though, is if you got to crank up the output a little bit too high, then you
Yeah.
frighten off. Then you frighten off
Yeah.
your subject.
Exactly. No. But
So you probably, I would try not to go higher than 30%.
oh no, if I needed only like 10%. The good thing, these flash are actually good. You can see actually, the power is
Yeah.
made in a very easy
They're good
way
flash.
from 0 to 10. So
Yeah.
you know that it's very easy to control. And Jeff, at that speed, and is almost you need to see the flash to see it working, correct?
Yeah, you can't tell it went off because it's
No,
not bright
particularly
enough.
in the daylight, correct?
Yeah,
With daylight, you cannot
daylight,
see
yeah.
it. But still doesn't recharge fast enough so I need to find out what is the kind of maximum burst that I can do.
You have to watch your shutter speed doesn't get too high as well.
Exactly. And I want the relatively high shutter speed, correct? Because I'm trying to work with high speed
Well, the
sync.
thing is, you don't need a high shutter speed because the flash is the new shutter. That's about 10,000ths of a second.
That's right.
Hopefully,
Yeah, your
It's-
flash
it's sharpen
will,
up everything.
will freeze the action.
Exactly.
That's right.
But you got to. What were you shooting at 20 frames a second?
I try.
Oh, yeah, I would cut that in half.
Yeah.
I would cut that. I would start at 10.
Exactly. No.
Start at 10. Yeah, 20's too many.
Yeah, I was trying, to see how. Let me try the limit of what I can do, but it was surprised because suddenly, you're watching. It's almost like the old, we go black and in the frame. So I say, what's going on here? But so I'm experimenting with doing a little bit of filling flash to trying to get more color in the gorgets of the hummingbird. But
Yeah.
I like
No.
flash.
not successful yet, Roy, on that.
Well, you probably got some though that when the flash did go off, we're probably okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's not my natural type of photography, but you try new things, correct?
Yeah.
The bigger the flash, the more bigger battery, and the quicker it recycles too.
Yeah.
Some of the
But
big Pro photos have probably worked better.
Exactly. No, I'm happy with the way it works, but surprised because they don't tell you that there are some limitations, even a very low power, correct? But
Yeah, they usually just tell you what the cycle time is when assuming that you use it at full power, and they might say, "Oh, it'll recycle in 2 seconds." But then when you're shooting at 10%, you figure, well, if I'm shooting at 10%, it should never run out.
exactly.
Is what your brain tells you. You're like, well, if it takes you 1.5 to 2.5 seconds to charge from a full output, and you're at 10%, you're figuring, oh, I shouldn't have any issues at all, and then it doesn't work out that way.
I do some experimenting, and I show here in the community because it would be for fun, correct? So you try to see what is the creative possibilities, correct, on having more than one.
Go try everything.
Yeah. So obviously, I had to deal with the reflection. Correct. Hey, when there's more than one reflection in the eye of the bird, so you need to take care of that one too after that. But
well, I
also get a blaster on the.
Go ahead, Roy.
You get a blaster attached to your front of your flash, and it extends the range.
Yeah, I've seen people try to take pictures of birds using flash, and the birds are really far away.
Oh, yeah.
And they use those what they call them, Roy, snoots.
Yeah.
snoot. They use a snoot, which just kind of narrows down the beam so that you get a farther range
Yeah,
from your flash.
Yeah, I used to do some of that. I mean, you use a Fresnel in front of the
That's right.
flash to focus the beam. Uh, about I think it's about 5 years, 10 years ago, it used to be very popular to do that because the cameras didn't have you. I mean, you couldn't go high at ISO, correct? So bringing some flash uh, for some type of wildlife photography as possible. But what I mean is a subject between
Also,
5
you
and
might
10
be
meters.
shooting, the flash might be set too wide. You're wasting too much light if it's set too wide.
Exactly.
Say goodnight to Nancy, guys. She's taking off.
See your photos next week, Nancy.
I'll go
Yeah,
find something to
as Roy was
photograph.
saying, you know, some of the more expensive flashes, some of the cheaper flashes didn't have the capability of like having a zoom head on them.
That's right.
And some of them would have a zoom head that might be able to cover a lens like that went to like 120 millimeters or something. It didn't always,
That's right.
a lot of them didn't go past 120 millimeters, but that was but if you use that and then had to use a snoot on top of that, you could get something that was, you know, fairly far away from you, you know,
10 meters or something like that. 10, 15
yeah,
meters.
yeah, not crazy
Not
far.
crazy far.
Yeah. Not like a block away. You're not getting that hummingbird a block away, you know. But yeah, I was almost going to buy. I know Roy will cringe when I say this. I still may buy it. I got a SB 700 is what I have.
I've got one. I like
SB
them.
700, and I like it. It has a lot of control.
Mm.
Has a lot of manual control. You know, you can use it as a master or a slave, and so I saw somebody selling one that looked like brand spanking new on eBay for like $130. So
I don't use it much, but I still carry one. Sometimes the SB 700.
Yeah, I might get it just to have two. You know, for that price, because they were like $400. I think $400, at least $400 flat.
Like I prefer a strobe because it's just more versatile. At the price of the SB 700.
I just don't know that I like the size of speed lights though. I like the weight and the size of speed lights.
Yeah, I can understand that.
You know. But yeah, I mean, I would, yeah, if money was no object, man, I would like to get a couple strobes just to.
Eventually, you just build up now that we're done with the long lenses, correct? You can build your inventory of equipment.
I'm what's killing me is behind me too. I keep finding more old
collectibles
cameras that I want to buy.
Exactly.
I have that problem.
And I want to buy now, and this is not going to be on Roy's list because it's a rangefinder camera, but it has history. So I want to buy a Minolta 35 2B, which was their first rangefinder camera that Minolta ever made. And actually at the time, the model of the camera was called Minolta, but the camera company wasn't yet called Minolta.
Oh,
it was called, Osaka, something else. It had a different name, and eventually they changed their name to Minolta Camera Company Limited or whatever. But Minolta didn't start out being called Minolta. So I looked up a whole history of Minolta and started reading about the history of Minolta. And this rangefinder camera was, back in the day, like everybody else was doing. They were trying to copy the Leicas, the Leica 3s. And so this was kind of like Minolta's spin on a Leica 3. But what was nice about it was a rangefinder camera, but it had the coupled rangefinder. So you were only looking through the one eyepiece and then adjusting, so the images lined up. Whereas the Leica in that period, you had a viewing eyepiece composition, and you had a separate eyepiece for focusing.
Wow.
And then when camera companies came out with coupled rangefinders,
Okay.
they had it where it was all in looking through the one eyepiece that was both used for composition and focusing.
Wow.
So
Never seen one of those, Jeff. That has dual rangefinder screens.
I have both. I got ones that have the two separate viewfinders, and I have ones that have the coupled. The coupled ones are so much nicer.
Of course.
And so that was like what made the Minolta like special at that time point when they were starting off, because they were able to do something that Leica didn't do yet.
And on those with separate rangefinder for composition and for focusing, they were popular when in the 50s or 40s when we're
anywhere from probably like what Leica is Roy, was Leica like out in the 20s, was it?
Yeah, about then.
So they started like in the 20s, and
they were designed to be a view for the movie system. That's why they used 35mm film.
Yeah. So their models for they didn't really. Leica was kind of like a company that sat on their laurels for decades, where their camera models did not evolve very fast at all for decades. And then it was curious. They advanced their camera just before actually Nikon had come out with the S1 and the S2, and they had an S3 and they had an SP. The SP was the professional model rangefinder camera, and the Japanese were getting a lot of good press on the quality of their lenses, and it was being written in an article that the Japanese lenses were as good as the Leica lenses. Somebody who did a lot of reviews on Leica stuff actually wrote an article that these rocker lenses were just as good as the Leica lenses, and Leica got so mad that they called the magazine publisher and they said, if you don't retract that story, we're going to pull our advertising from your magazine. And they were big advertisers with the magazine. And the magazine owner said, no, we're not going to retract the statement, because those lenses are just as good as your Leica lenses. Roy's got some toys there. Let's bring them up to the
rangefinder 135 from Nikon.
Yeah.
And my camera's crooked.
So
that's the 135. Good. Different mount.
Yep. So what was bad? What happened bad for Nikon was just when they were ready to release the camera that they thought was going to knock Leica on their behind, is finally when Leica updated their design. So they updated their design, and the Japanese guy running Nikon realized that new camera, they hadn't changed their design in decades. They changed their design, and it was going to be better than the one that Nikon was going to put out. So Nikon ended up putting out the body, but Leica, because for the first time in 3 decades or 4 decades, updated their camera. It was better than the new Nikon was. So he got everybody back on board, and that's when they did the Nikon SP, and they came out with the Nikon SP. And then the SP was actually considered better than the Leica, well, equal to or slightly better. The only thing I think that the main difference was the Leica would correct for parallax error when you put the lens on the body. And the Nikon SP had on the left-hand dial on the top, you would just have to set it to what millimeter lens you put on the camera, and then it would correct when you turn the dial, and it would be corrected.
Okay.
whereas the Leica would correct when you put the lens on. But other than that, the features that were in the SP and other issues with the SP made it a very desirable camera.
Until
But
the Nikon F, and it killed all those cameras.
yeah, and then the Nikon F
They went
came
away
out.
within a year.
So,
Yeah.
so let me ask you a question here. On the SLRs, who was the first company to introduce SLR? Was Nikon or Nikon?
I don't think they were. No, they weren't the first that did an
Okay.
SLR, but they were the ones that they put it this way. They were the ones that came out with more of a professional SLR first.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were some that came out beforehand that technically were SLRs, but they weren't a camera that people took too seriously. I forget who made them, but
You wouldn't recognize it as an SLR.
yeah. But the one that people kind of recognize as like the first major SLR camera was the Nikon F,
Which is basically the same camera as the rangefinder, but with a prism added.
yeah, and then having the ability to have and then of course the even the original did the Nikon F have was the I'm trying to think here. Was the Nikon F, did it have a bayonet mount or was it the threaded when it
Nikon
first
F is
came out?
bayonet. That's
the bayonet. Okay.
That was the first of the bayonet mounts.
Okay.
1959.
Yep. 1959. Yep.
So that they were the one that make it popular.
Yeah. And then of course a big part of that was all the lenses that eventually came out is what made it grow like it did.
So what is that, Roy?
That's a mirror reflex for a rangefinder.
Yeah.
So you look through the top of the camera?
You look through this, you throw the lever, and then it takes a picture.
Wow.
It's Leica. It's made by Leica, so it must be good. I've never used it.
So the mirrors in the lens?
Yeah, in that device. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I like odd things.
But that was a natural evolution, correct? From those.
Yeah.
What is
That was just before the Nikon F came out and killed all the rangefinders.
I mean, when you follow the evolution of SLRs, it's really interesting because, and it's really a tease because when you look at it, I mean, sometimes the thing that might change would be from one model to the next was it's exactly the same as the last one, but it has a self timer now. You know, it'd be one thing, same camera that they made before,
Baby steps.
but now it has a self timer, and then it would be like, okay, originally a lot of the cameras in the beginning, they didn't have light meters built in, right? So you still were using handheld light meters and you were setting the camera, you were using manual mode, setting the camera manually. So you didn't have no shutter priority, no aperture priority, no program mode. You had manual mode and you had to use a handheld exposure meter or use the Sunny 16 rule and just kind of use your best guess and take a picture. So then the exposure meters came out. And that was the only thing, and even that progressed because in the beginning it was like the match needle. It was like a needle. Mm-hmm. You might have the match needle approach, and then eventually some of them would change to you'd have the needle, and then you'd have like a plus or an LED maybe for a plus or a minus that would light up to tell you that you were overexposed or underexposed. Then they went to full LEDs and then LCD displays. And then all of a sudden, now they're showing me, and everything was incremental and it was very slow because like now all of a sudden, they're showing me the f-stop. I can see my f-stop when I look through the viewfinder.
That's right.
And then the next generation was, I could see the f-stop and the shutter speed and my metering. So I could see everything without taking my eye away to change a setting. I could finally see the three the three things I care about.
Exactly.
My metering, my
Now we've got
f
everything on the screen.
my shutter speed, right? And then now you look at what you get, and eventually you had, I got the light that goes on that tells me when my flash is charged. I don't have to take my eye off to see if my flash recycled yet. The dot will turn green or whatever in
Exactly.
my viewfinder when the flash is charged. So it just the evolution of SLR cameras is so interesting to read about and learn about, and because everything really for quite a while went really slow, but then everything went crazy when they went and changed over from mechanical SLRs that only had a battery in it for the meter, and then when they went to full electronic SLRs,
Shutter control and everything.
where you had all these new functions that you could use, but you needed to have more battery power, and then the camera might only work if the battery died at one shutter speed, and that was it. So the evolution of once you went electronic and you got to where you had to have the battery in the camera, basically, then everything since then started taking off like crazy. But there was a period of at least like 20 years where everything incrementally changed so slowly. So slowly.
Well, it's exponential, correct? It's the evolution. It's you buy a camera, and that camera will be up to date for 10 years, and then 5 years, and then 2 years, and then every year it's a new camera. But going back here to the flashes, correct? Because there is a ongoing discussion in the chat about the flash. That's actually one of the biggest thing for us people that use Nikon, correct, or Nikon, is the issue whether they will produce their own, correct? I'm convinced, and that's what I went with this transition here, that that they're going to get out of the business of flash.
Yeah, it seems like it, because they haven't developed a new model in a long time.
Yeah,
and they just started remanufacturing the SB 5000, I think it is.
Exactly.
They just started redoing that again, and let's see what Roy's got.
400.
That's the 400.
Got to have at least one flash in my bag. Gee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's sad because I wish they would stay in the business, but realistically, the problem is they were very pricey. Their flash units were always extremely expensive, and that hurts them. And but like I said, I mean, I like my SB 700. I'd like to have a spare, or if I ever once again changed my genre and did some portrait photography, I'd like to at least have a second flash so I could do mixed ratio lighting, or have the main light and have the side light type of setup.
Exactly.
SB 700.
There's my baby.
Yeah.
That is a nice flash. That really is.
All the SB 700s, SB 8, SB 900, 910 are all great flashes.
The good thing is all the cables, correct? If you use a cable to connect your flashers to synchronize,
no,
they still work.
They had wireless.
I know.
A flash extension cable.
Yeah, you can use an SC28 or whatever it was for.
I still like them and use them, and actually even on this Pro Photo I can use it, correct? Because I have a special bound for my long telephotos that and that work well. Although the wireless now, which are not based on light but based on radio frequencies, work very well, correct?
There, I do this. I could do this when there's only a few of us.
Okay.
But like, because someone just mentioned make you guys bigger. Now, but when I have like 7 people, I can't make all 7 boxes the same size.
Oh, you can.
It'll always make my box bigger, and then everybody else either is going to be below me or to the right hand side. But now when I'm down to only a few people, then I can make it.
You cannot do you cannot do the Brady Bunch that we used to do with Chuck, correct?
Well, even that, everybody was small.
Exactly, but they were like 3 rows or something like that.
Well, I should be able to. Well, the row, yeah. When I'm in this mode,
Mhm.
if I had 10 people, I'd have 2 or 3 rows.
Okay,
It
but
would-
always one is bigger.
Right, but I can't make everybody the same size because
Okay.
it's always gonna make the host's window larger.
Or
So
whoever you designate.
Yeah, or if I take you now and I click on your rectangle on my screen and I drag you
okay.
up where I am, then you're
Okay.
the larger one.
Okay, excellent.
Okay. But I can't make it so like we're all the same. And the best I can do is when we're down to these handful of people, I can let me find it here. I can
All
I
right.
can do this. So now you guys are bigger, and Andre asked for that. So that's the best I could do, Andre. So everybody's a little bit bigger.
Exactly.
But see, but when we're bigger, we look scarier.
Exactly.
You may not want us to be bigger.
So, Roy, do you think the Nikon is going to get away from the flash business too, or?
Yes, I think they're done with speed lights for now. You might
Okay.
see one more, but I don't see the point. Not many people are really speed lights are not a common thing anymore.
Okay.
Everyone's using LEDs or strobes. Now strobes have got batteries on them. Why not go that way?
Okay.
My only complaint is I'm not the pro photos are too expensive for me.
And
the cheaper brands I think are quality wise aren't quite what I want. I wish they were a little bit better quality wise. So it's like I'd like to get that $300 unit type of thing. Not the $120 unit. I'll pay the $300 for a unit, but I can't pay $1,000 for a unit. and it's hard to find it's hard to find that's Z compatible. What's that?
I've been using ever since my Elinchroms got stolen. I've been using Godox. They're not 100%, but they're pretty well made and they do the job quite nicely. If I was choosing today, I'd probably be looking at the Westcott FJ400s or something like that. But they don't have the range that Godox have got.
And they also have this rechargeable battery, correct?
Yeah.
Because that was the big thing with all the Nikon flashes, or the one that I have, is that you had to carry all these AA or AAA, whatever it was that you need to carry with you, correct?
Yeah, I used to just buy rechargeable AA's,
exactly,
and have extra sets charged. Or at one time when I did a few weddings, I had a lead acid battery that clipped on my belt that I used for supplying power, and you had to cut like a little notch in your battery cover. You had to put a notch for the wires to go in, because you had like a fake battery, that went in, because and then you had the power leads that you couldn't close the cover without putting a notch in it.
Okay.
And so I used to use a lead acid battery for years for when I had to do a wedding or something, because that would cycle the flash so fast.
Yes.
And that worked great.
Quantum used to make really good batteries for flashes. I've still got a few.
What was that? What
Quantum
brand?
battery packs.
That's what I had. I had a quantum battery pack. Yeah.
Still got them.
Yeah. So okay. So if you were going to try to buy something relatively economical,
I'll probably be looking at Westcott or something. I don't know how good they are because I haven't tried them, but they've always had such a good reputation and they're reasonably priced. So I might look at them, but they haven't got the range that Godox have got. If you've ever seen your light on a stand with a modifier on it get blown over a cliff, you won't want to replace it expensively.
No, for us, Roy, I'm sure that Jeff is in the situation, correct? I used to have in my bag 1 or 2 flashes of the same kind to do some high-speed filling, when the light was not ideal, correct?
Yeah, I don't use high speed because I don't like it, but I know other people do.
So having a hole there, obviously you can rely on the old flashes from Nikon, but I presume at one point they will not work, or you have the issue of the batteries, correct? So moving to a more modern system, which they like anything new, it seems to be easier to control, correct? Either
now that Nikon's got shutterless, that's causing a few problems for OEM flashes.
Now, do you like
the compatible with the Z9?
Do you like the ones with multiple heads where like they have like the bare bulb, the bare bulb setup, and then they also have the conventional?
There is one. That's bare bulb with a reflector.
See, that's so big to me.
You cannot take that to the field.
Yeah, that looks to me like I could never bring that with me. I have to have it on a bracket off the side of my camera or on my hot shoe. I would not want to have something that big.
Yeah, you need to bring another type of for them.
Is that better?
Is that the
AD200?
The AD200?
Yeah.
But that won't mount on the hot shoe, correct?
It won't mount on the hot shoe. It's just one size too big.
All right, so you have to have.
I never mount any flash on the hot shoe, really.
So you have to have a stand for that.
Yeah, or just hold it.
Or hold it.
But I'll never mount any flash on the hot shoe.
Well, I used to use
bounce flash, I suppose.
Well, I used to use this when I did weddings. I used to use this.
Oh, brother.
Because I could flip this up. I could flip this. Ignore this. This just lets me use a flash and plug it into my medium format camera. Okay. But I use this bracket. This bracket is probably 30 years old. Says JHB Photo Equipment, the Baccarat bracket.
I think I got the same one somewhere.
Made in Massachusetts. So I use this for weddings like forever. Screw in the body here, and it would have it above the, higher up.
Yeah, get away from the camera.
Get it away from the camera. Yep. And it worked great. And then I went and I bought the Gary Fong diffuser at one time. The Gary Fong was selling it looked like a piece of Tupperware. It looked like a piece of Tupperware, real thick rubber. You'd squish that on top of the head of your flash, and actually it did a good job. It did a decent job.
Anything that softens the light's a good idea, unless you need it sharp.
Yep. But I know I have that Gary Fong thing now, but it's so old I couldn't use it because it's turned yellow. Because it's like 30 years old or 40 years old.
Lighting stuff does. That's why you don't want to spend too much on it in the first place.
Yeah.
It ages and gets broken, and the cheaper the light and the quicker it'll turn yellow though. So a lot of the soft boxes turn yellow very quickly. So you throw them away, you get another one.
So there's no strobe per se that I could put on a bracket off my camera. I have to have it on a stand.
No, there's a lot of cheap Godox in that, but I like a full-size strobe.
Well, because Godox has what's that model that has like the round head?
The V1.
Does that mount on your hot shoe, or is that?
I think that does, yeah, but I don't like it.
Not good.
I don't like the light that comes off of it. This here has got the same head option. I can just change the head on it and take the bulb out and put a different head on it.
Yeah.
And that would do the same sort of light, but I never liked it.
Yeah, see, that's what's frustrating me right now is the lack of my perception. It could just be my perception of a lack of good quality, mid-range price-wise strobes for the new Nikon Z bodies.
I've had very little trouble with these Godox, but they don't feel as well made as the Elinchroms and that, or the Pro Photos.
Yeah.
But I'd rather lose one of these than lose an Elinchrom or a Pro Photo.
Now, are the Elinchroms fully compatible with the Nikons, as far as you know? With
No,
the Z?
they're not.
They're not. Yeah, I wish they would come out. I wish Nikon would come out they come out with lists for recommended CFB cards. Why don't they come out with a recommended flash list for use with Z cameras so that people know what to buy?
I've tried a few third-party ones with the Z9, and it just doesn't like them. Like, I think the Mikey was one. I tried someone's Mikey on it, and it wouldn't fire the flash even.
Yeah, I mean, that is the hole in their lineup right now is the flash problem for people who want to use flashes or flashes, including strobes. We'll just group it all together, call it flash. But that's what's frustrating. Come out with a recommended approved list. These models are 100% compatible with the Z system, and let everybody know what they are, because I'm not close enough to go to a B&H, and if I go, what do I got? I got a doggone Best Buy is the only place I can go that's close. Otherwise, I'm ordering everything over the phone.
There's also degrees of compatibility as well. Like some of the Godox are not 100%. They'll fire the flash, but they're not TTL and little things like that. There's a degree of compatibility as well that's going to be a problem.
Now, what's the difference? What's the difference, or is there a difference between in ITTL and TTL? Is there any difference?
TTL was the old film. It used to read it off the film plane. Used to actually read the light off the film. ITTL reads it separately.
It reads what comes back on the flash, the sensor on the flash.
Yes. You also got transistors that used to read the light coming back to the flash itself.
Yeah.
So, Roy, on the flash, correct? Which I told you, I'm just learning it, correct? These A10, correct? They have 3 mode for. They have like a first curtain, second curtain, which I understand, but they have something called X sync. Do you know? And they say that's what?
That's just a dummy switch. Whenever you press the button, it'll just fire.
Yeah, it shorts out the pins. Makes
that's
the
like
flash
a bulb version.
Okay. They used to have X on old cameras, like an old medium format camera. You had an X sync. Your standard hot shoe on an SLR. Was X sync. That was the standard. It used to be 1/60th of a second. Eventually, it worked its way up to 1/250th of a second, somewhere like in that range. And that was X sync. And medium format cameras used to have an X sync and an M sync.
Okay.
Because the M sync was used for when you used bare bulbs. Because the delay time between the contacts closing and the flash being at full power was different than an electronic flash. Electronic flash was quicker to respond than a bulb flash was. So you had 2 syncs. So if you used the bulb, you had to use M sync. If you use the electronic flash, you use the X sync.
Okay.
So that's where that came from.
So for now, for these mirrorless that don't have any curtain, correct? What is the recommendation to go
You
first
still got the
curtain?
curtain for. You still got the equivalent of a curtain because it has to read the sensor. But
Exactly.
the shutter is the curtain.
But
most
in terms of
cameras.
Well, you're still typically using. I think most people are still going to set their camera for a 60th of a second, but I think you could go up to 200, right? 1/200th.
Probably 250 on the Z9 if you're
well,
pushing
I know,
fast, I suggest.
but remember, guys, I'm actually working in the high speed sync mode most of the time because I'm outside, correct? So
I don't use that because I don't like the light it gives. But
okay,
on medium format, you don't have that problem because my Hasselblad goes between 1/800th and 1/2000th of a second in normal sync because it's got a copal shutter.
Yeah, the old lenses were leaf shut. The shutters were built into the lens. They were leaf shutters, so your flash sync was your whole shutter speed range, not stuck at 1/60th.
okay,
You know, you lost that capability when you put the shutter in the body of the camera. Then you had a flash sync now of a 60th or whatever. And but in the early days, you actually were better when you had the old style lenses because that's
Flash at any speed.
You could flash it at any shutter speed at all.
okay.
But you can't do it now. You could do that on the new. Now that's a big difference between the medium format Fuji camera and the medium format Hasselblad camera. The Hasselblad lenses are more expensive, but they have leaf shutters, so you could fire the flash at any shutter speed.
Exactly.
You can't do that with the Fuji model.
Fuji's more like an SLR.
Yeah, Fuji model is a standard, where you got the one flash thing and that's it.
So why do you guys don't like the high speed sync?
The way it works is it's flash. It's allowing a little bit of the sensor to be shown, flashes, moves down, flashes, moves down, flashes, so you can get a very uneven look to the picture.
Okay.
Yeah, not an uneven distribution of light.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing, you can get hypersync as well, which is another thing where it just gives one huge long burst of light. Either way, you're using a lot more. Hypersync uses more battery than sticking to below the sync levels as well.
Okay.
Because firing several times.
And like Roy said, because the flash is acting as freezing your motion. It's not a problem to use your low power settings at the normal flash sync. Your birds should still come out frozen because of the
but what about the background? Because you're exposing for the background, correct?
Well,
the background should be just your aperture settings.
The background you should control with your aperture. Okay. So the first thing you do is you expose for the back. You know that your shutter speed say is going to be. We'll just make a number. We'll say 1/200th of a second. Go in manual mode. Set your shutter speed for 1/200th of a second. Adjust your f-stop so your background looks good. Now you're in manual mode with the flash. So you set it up for that f-stop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you'll get a balance between your background and your subject.
If you can stick to the sync speed of the camera, it probably won't run out of power every second shot as well.
Okay. No, I tell you, it works. It's just that for me, it works, and I was shooting, very high speed, more than 1/1000, because I was just trying to give a little bit of puff to bring some color in the plumage.
Yeah, that's normal. That's a good idea.
That's good. But I'm just saying, just try it at the normal shutter speed.
Yeah, the 1/200 of.
Adjust your f-stop strictly to get the desired exposure for your background. and then set your flash so that you're set up for that same f-stop, and then take the picture, and you're probably going to be fine. You're probably going to be happy with what you get.
Okay, well, let's try.
I mean, that's what the portrait photographers do all the time. They expose to the background first, then they set up for the subject manually on the flash, and then they have that balance. And then you can always intentionally. And then the nice thing is, if maybe you want the background to be a half a stop darker or 1 stop darker than your subject, you have complete control when you're using the manual settings.
I'm going to keep experimenting, as I mentioned before. When the migration of the male finish, which is the one that I want to take, correct? Then I have the immatures and the females still hanging around until October. I have more chance to experiment without, hey, I need to take the picture, correct? Because Roy, I want to take them not in the feeders, but in the plants, correct? Eating and all that kind of stuff. It makes it for a nicer picture. I don't like, of course, nowadays you can, you have a feeder, you can clone it out or take it out, but I don't like that. I want to photograph the normal behavior with them eating on the plants.
Real.
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep experimenting with the flash, and even bring some of the old flashes, because I got like 6 of the old Nikon flashes as well. It's just that definitely these new flashes are a lot easier to work, correct?
They're simpler.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to try what you suggested, Jeff, going to the actual sync speed for the C9 or the C8, the 1 or 200, and try to balance with the aperture and the ISO, correct? Obviously, under bright conditions, that's favorable because you're going to use, like a ISO of 64 or 100, so it has a lot of detail, correct?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, flash. I mean, I used to use flash a lot, and I haven't used flash in a long time. And I used to like Roy's talking, I used to experiment like you're trying to do. I used to do all that stuff, and it's the same thing with like macro photography. You could set up a flash for that, and if I was gonna use a flash for macro right now, I would probably use my SB700. I would dial down the power, and my background doesn't become that important because you got such a limited
depth of field,
limited depth of field, that I would just knock down the power, and I would probably put on a remote cord so that I could hand hold the flash
exactly,
and aim it where I want it, or experiment, put it in different locations, take different angles, and take a series of pictures and see which one I like best. And I would do it that way.
Although I tell you, that's one flash from Nikon that I never got, was the special macro flash.
Oh yeah, with like you could put three or more.
Not the one that is around. Roy
like a ring light.
The ring light in front of the macro lens.
Well, Roy's going to show you the one that had a ring, and it had multiple miniature flash heads that you could move around the ring, position them as you want.
Oh, I remember that.
There you go.
Yeah. SPR 200s.
Exactly. No, that came later, but I'm talking about the one that was ring.
Just a ring light. Yeah.
That used to go around the actual 105 macro, correct? It was made specifically for that one.
Yeah, it would attach right to the outer barrel of the lens.
Exactly.
Yeah, they had one that would go right around the outer barrel of the lens.
I don't use them. I don't like the look of ring lights because it's just flat.
No. But that's when ring lights were basically the go-to for macro photography, correct? But the one that you talk about, these are like 2 different flash heads, correct?
Yeah, this is 3 or 4.
Yeah, you could put 3 or 4 on there, but they're all synced. They're all synced with each other.
Yeah, they got a special mount.
Okay.
And it's controlled by the SU800 controller, which is just like a little flash. That controls all four of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I always wanted one of those, but I couldn't justify the.
Yeah, those were expensive.
Yeah, well, yeah, and they had two different models
And
because
they
they had
put on that.
one that. Right? Didn't they sell it like with you could get it with either 2 or 4?
No,
Flash.
they normally sold it with 2, but the SU800 controller was optional.
Yeah,
It's become very expensive for some reason.
yeah, they
There's
were
a
very.
multi version. There's a multi
And Roy,
version.
you used to do that for your product photography, or
Yeah, I use that
Okay.
more than anything else because the thing is, they're so easy to use. Oh, I made a mess. But if you look at it on the back, you've just got the.
Let me slide you over to my side. There you
I
go.
don't know if you can see it, but there's a group and a group setting in that on the actual flash, just a
Okay.
dial, rather than having to set it in a menu.
Okay, so you could dial the power in each unit
No,
separately.
you don't. You don't do that, but you can set the group and the what's the other
You'd
thing?
set the power that would affect all of them together.
Yeah, you control
Okay.
it through the camera anyway.
Like you could have the power on all the flashes at quarter power, half power,
Oh,
but
right.
you couldn't have each one different.
Okay.
But they'd all be in sync, and you could
Okay.
adjust the output of all of them as a group.
There's a
Okay.
new. The Mikey have got a copy of this for about a quarter the price or less. I think it's the something MK 24 or 12. That's probably better value than the Nikon one.
Yeah, real Nikon lovers calling out the part numbers here. They called it, one of them was called the R1 and one of them was called the R1C1.
The R1 was just the 2 flashes and the ring together and all the bits that come with it, which is fairly substantial.
Yeah, your image for whatever reason, Roy, has frozen on my screen. I
I'll
don't
turn
know
the
if
camera
it's
off and
frozen
on.
Same
And-
here.
All right, now you're back to
Okay,
being
that's the kit.
alive again.
Wow.
The R1C1 comes with this as well, which is a controller,
Yeah.
which is with the Nikon CLS system. It wasn't essential, but nice to have. But I use that quite a lot. You can put those tiny little flashes anywhere.
Well, Joe is in the chat. Joe Mansland.
He likes my shirt. Someone does.
Yeah. Now Roy is having a special on that shirt. It's $79.99 for a limited time only.
I actually bought this one on eBay. Most of them I get given them.
And was a remake or was originally made by Nikon?
I have no idea. I just bought it. I don't
Okay.
care where it comes from. It's better when Nikon gives you them. It's cheaper.
Well, we still got 23 people that are somehow being entertained by the three of us. So I guess
That's
we're doing
amazing.
something.
Poorly entertained, you mean?
We're doing something okay, I guess.
Either we put them to sleep, one or the other.
Yeah. They're all passed out in their chairs,
Nodded off.
and they can't turn off the feed. So it looks like we got 23 people. Mozman just say he's home at last. When we're still on, Tim. If you want to join, let me know. Send me an email and I'll send you a link. You're probably too tired to come on, but yeah, I'll tell you. I right now, if somebody says, Jeff, would you take a job and go back to work again? And you know what? If I could work in a camera museum or in a
A curator.
or in a camera shop where I don't have to push a specific brand, where I could actually get to know the customer and pick the right system for them or help guide them for the right camera, irregardless of brand. I would do that job right now, but I'd love to work at a museum. I'd love to be surrounded by all the old stuff and the new stuff, and I'd get a kick out of that. I really would. Joe's comment here. Let me get his comment. If we don't get a Z6 III by 2023, I might try to get an FL mount adapter and grab an S511X. Joe, I'm going to break your bubble. You're not going to see a Z6 III in 2023. Not going to happen, buddy. Spring. You're lucky. Spring next year. And now, if I'm wrong, I'll proudly say I guessed wrong, but I don't think so, because I don't think, unless Nikon changes their whole approach, they have always put out the Z6 and Z7 original models came out within a month of each other. The Z6 II, the Z7 III were announced at the same time. They're going to come out with both cameras at the same time. And because of that, you're not going to see them until next year. I don't think they're going to split them up and throw a Z6 III out there now and throw a Z7 III out there next year. I think they're going to shoot the gate.
A new macro lens next month, though.
Yeah, you're going to shoot the gate at the same time. That's my prediction, which is worth as much as anybody else's prediction on their channel. Could be total crap. Who knows? Who knows?
I think all the Z6s and 7s are pretty good cameras, though. I don't think I'm in no rush to replace anything.
No, I mean, I'm actually, I still, in my mind right now, unless they upgraded the Z9 and it wasn't stupidly more expensive, I see myself potentially buying a refurb Z9 as a second body. Get it for $4,500. That's not any more expensive than buying a Z8 with the grip.
I prefer the Z9. If I was still working, I would have got a second Z9 instead of the Z8.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd rather keep where I'm not having this mixed bag of different kinds of memory cards. I'd rather have, I got my CFEB cards and that's all I have to buy. I'm not worrying about UHS2 cards that are going to slow down everything. And
well,
that's the two things that upset me about the Z8.
The batteries as well.
Card and
Makes
the
sense.
battery.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough difference to me to justify the cost. And like I said, now would I go out and buy a brand new Z9? No, that I would buy a Z8 to complement my Z9. But because I can get a refurb basically for the same price as that Z8 with the battery pack, I'd rather have at that point, paying the same price, I'd rather have the refurb Z9. That's just me. Because I mean, look, a guy my size isn't worried about a little bit of weight of the camera. I can handle it, you know. if I was
USB slots in the Z8.
Yeah, I mean, and they'll probably that's probably one thing that they will improve on if they come out with a new version of the Z9 is they'll put the 2 USB.
I'm sure they will.
On the Z9.
That's brilliant.
Z9 2 or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah. In any case, how far are you from your car where you go and your park that you frequent? Are you far away from your car?
I will walk. I will walk the roads when it's just me. My friend Bob, has some mobility issues. So we kind of we'll go to one spot, we'll shoot for a while, we'll hop into cars, we'll drive to another area, then we'll shoot there for a while. But when I'm by myself, I'll walk from the parking lot where the causeway ends, and I'll walk up to the North Beach, and that's a good mile or more. And I'll walk that with the 800 and the Z9, and I have no problem. I'll walk and shoot for 4 or 5 hours, and I don't have a problem.
Big lenses, you don't notice a big camera on the end?
No. Now my problem now is I'm not an expert on camera straps. I have the Peak Design strap that I use there, quick release, doohickeys, on the on the actual camera lugs. But when I put the long lenses on, I'd rather
attached to the lens.
I'd rather be having the weight. I'd rather have the system on the lens than on the camera. Now I tried putting the Peak Design hooks, loops, or whatever on the strap holders on the lens, and then hooking up my strap to that. It wasn't balanced good. It was hokey. The way those straps are made, I was worried about the metal part of the strap rubbing against the camera body and scratching it all up.
Just doesn't feel right, does it?
It doesn't feel right. And then I know people that like the trying to think of the name of it, where you attach something to the tripod to your foot of your lens. But I don't like that, because sometimes I want to take the lens and put it on my monopod, and I can't if I have that thing screwed into the foot. So I want something that allows me to comfortably carry the camera hooked up to the lens without interfering with my ability to take the camera foot and immediately put it on a tripod or immediately put it on a monopod. And I don't know if anybody makes anything like that. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think of what's that other, is it Really Right Stuff? I'm trying to think of the harness, that uses that.
I know the one, I just can't come to mind right now.
I can't think of the name of it.
Be nice if all the foot plates were all Arca Swiss as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating, because what I do now when I have the strap on the camera body, I'm holding the camera foot in my hand and taking the weight off the strap. I'm kind of holding it with my hand. And that's fine. The lens doesn't weigh that much, but I'd really rather have something that I could hook right up to the lens, that doesn't hit the camera body, is balanced good, and doesn't interfere with me being able to put it on a monopod or a tripod right away. So if anybody knows of anything that exists that meets that requirement, let me know.
Just a separate strap attached to the lens.
Yeah, separate strap attached to the lens that does not have any metal parts that are going to rub and scratch the body of the camera, and does not necessarily attach to the foot.
Then the only problem you got then is wind causing vibration through the strap. You can't win.
Yeah,
you can't win.
That's what I don't use any strap if I can avoid it, but definitely if you
I don't either.
With the long telephotos, then you cannot use it, or you have to put it in the foot of the lens. But if I'm using the 24 to 120 and I don't want to carry, then I use one of those rapid strap. But I tend to go and favor the ones that go into the L bracket, correct, rather than than actually on the logs of the camera. Right?
Yeah, if they had something where they had something that you put on the foot, a plate that you put on the foot of your camera, and that plate was long enough where it had an attachment point, for that ring that they use, where it's far enough away where I could take that plate and still put it on my monopod or my tripod without unclipping if I don't want to. That would be ideal, but I don't know if
I've
they
tried
make
that, but as they get longer, the leverage makes them twist a little bit.
Yeah.
I've tried lots of things.
Yeah. So there's nothing. I'm kind of stuck.
There's
Or I
no
or I
way to
hire
camera
someone to
maker.
walk with me. I hire someone to walk with me, and I make them carry the lens.
I used to do that with my son when he was like 11, 12, and we were in a park. I said, okay, you are my assistant here. I give you $20, but you had to carry some of the equipment with me. It was fun, and he got some money out of it. We got a discussion going on here with the location and places to visit, which is pretty interesting. And I can tell you that one of the things that happened to me this week is I went to visit a location here near Denver that I haven't visited for quite a while, called Mount Sevens, which is in a national forest. And one of the things that I find out, and presume that also happening in California, is that there is a lot more restrictions lately, correct? And there is all sort of reservation issues that we didn't have with the national forest and the national park, correct? So indeed, people planning, that's the good advice here to visit even national forests. I'm not talking about the major national park. They better check if there is any restriction, because you may have to register up front, correct? There is some sort of this recreation.gov site where you need to get your permits to enter.
I solved that. I moved next to the national forest. It's outside that window. So I just hop out the door and I'm in the national forest. They can't stop me.
And here in Colorado, probably not, Roy, everywhere, correct? But there's some special roads, correct? And they restrict the access to those roads. Even our main national park here, Rocky Mountain National Park, when the elk season, elk rut comes in, even to enter at 5 a.m. in the morning, Jeff, you need to get a permission. So it makes it a little bit. Of course, if you plan ahead. But imagine somebody like you, Jeff, coming here and then finding out that you go to the park, you got your hotel, and then when you try to enter the park, you cannot enter because there is a restriction.
I'd be having a fit.
Exactly. So that I know about the national park, but I find out this week. I went with my wife, 2 hours from our home, and then I found out I had to turn around. So it was a nice trip going there, but I didn't go and do what I needed to do.
I want to just address Randall's comment here. Z6 II. I think he meant to say Z6 III. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's saying that's what the Z6 II and the Z7 II are selling for. I think the Z, let's say, if I'm going to guess that the Z6 III, if the ZF comes out and the body only is $2,000, basically, I would think the Z6 III is going to be $2,500, and the Z7 III will be around $3,000. That would be my guess. So you'd have a $2,000 price point ZF. You'd have a $2,500 price point, because the Z6 III is going to have more tech in it than the ZF's going to have. The ZF's going to look cool because it's retro and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of capabilities, I think the Z6 III is going to be superior, and they're going to charge more money for it. So if the ZF is really going to be $2,000. I think the Z6 III will be $2,500, which a lot of people are saying they want that $2,500 price point camera. And the Z7 III is going to be a little bit more, especially if they come out with a new sensor that's higher resolution than 45.7 megapixels, because then you're going to be paying for that. So then it'll be probably $3,000 for a Z7 III. That's my guess.
I think they'll just take the Z7 II and just cannibalize it for the ZF.
But
Yeah, and I don't think, and I think once the 3 versions come out, the 2 versions are going to disappear really fast.
that's right.
You know, I mean, I don't think they're going to manufacture them both in parallel anymore. I think once the 3 versions come out, they're going to just sell existing inventory of the Z6 II and the Z7 II until it's gone, and then that'll be it. I don't think they'll produce them.
They're starting to make too many models too. Too many different.
You'll have too many. You'll end up being. I hate to say it, and not to be insulting, but it's a pet peeve of mine. You're gonna end up being like Sony. Sony has too many models that don't have big differentiations between them. And I don't know how, if I was a diehard Sony person, and I have nothing against, for the most part, I don't have anything against Sony. You got to thank Sony for pushing the other brands to get off their butt and do what they needed to do. But I'd have a heck of a time picking a Sony camera out. I mean, I'd be spending a week looking at all the model numbers and spec by spec, item by item. What's the big difference between the A7R3 and the A7R4? Is it worth the extra money? Blah blah blah. Oh, what about the new, A9 III when it comes out? Oh, what about the A1? Oh, are they going to come out with an A1 Mark II? Or
I like the A1. It was an interesting camera. Wasn't for me, but things like the high sync, shutter sync were nice.
The question for me I think like Chuck used to say, it's a lineup, correct? When the C6 and the C7 III comes along, the lineup is kind of complete, in my opinion, Jeff. And the question is whether they were, they still the APC mode, the camera, whatever name we call, but the question is whether those will be chartless.
They have to do minor tweaks to like the Z50 or the Z5. They have to tweak them. They have to tweak those other cameras so they're at least 10-bit video and not 8-bit video. So they got to come out with like a revision to the lower end cameras, at least bump them up a little bit to make them competitive with the cheaper Canon offerings. Because right now, if they took some of those cheaper models and they just did some firmware changes and put the 10-bit video in there, they would be more than competitive with the Sony and the Canon lower end offerings. The still being 8-bit is what makes them not as competitive, and they do need to go back to the early models and give them a bump after like you said. I think after the Z6 III, the Z7 III come out with a pro grade APS-C camera for those that want it, but you also got to go back in time to the existing lineup at the lower price points, and you gotta bump them up a bit. You got to make them a little bit better than they are, because right now they're not as competitive as they need to be with the other brands right now.
Yes, that's right. And that's what I agree. That as soon as the new models of the C6 and C7 come out, those older models are going to go out of production. Correct? They continue because doesn't make sense to keep them when you have other priorities in terms of producing this other camera. Hey, perhaps I think Mossman was asking about the Mark Erwin Z7
Yeah, I saw that.
C8 comparison. That's worthwhile, a little bit of discussion about that, because that was pretty interesting, although difficult to judge quality of image through the internet, correct?
You know, the internet's too low res. You can't
Exactly.
tell on the internet. I think they're very close though. The Z7's a good camera. Z8's much better, but it's better for things like autofocus than it is for just landscapes and that. Z8's more versatile.
Yeah, I don't think there's a. I would not buy a Z7 II over a Z8.
unless it was much cheaper, and you didn't need the features.
Yeah, unless you do not do a fair amount of sports and birding. If you're doing anything else but sports and birding, then
plenty camera.
Then hey, get a Z7 II. You'll be really happy with it. Nothing wrong.
But it also showed that. I mean, obviously, we take that he made a proper assessment of it, correct? But it also showed that in terms of the evolution of the sensor, correct, and image quality.
Yeah, the new sensor is much more.
They can produce as good image quality with a Z7 sensor too as with the Z8, or to the point that it's very difficult to differentiate, correct? Is the other advantages, correct, that comes with the autofocus system, et cetera, the EBF, that makes the difference, correct?
Well, and the subject detection.
Exactly.
If you want to get into to me, it's silly, the skin smoothing, which you could do in post anyway. That's a gimmicky thing to me.
Yeah, it is.
That's video. When you start taking Lightroom and Photoshop
in the camera
capability and you start dumping it into a camera, that's like bling. That's all. It's not necessary. You're gonna have to bring that file into your preferred program to do other things anyway, and to do that one extra step when you're already in the software package isn't any more inconvenient than having to go through the menu and turn it on in the camera. To me, it's just a talking point. That's all it is. It's not a big deal. I mean, something like the auto capture, that's a big deal.
Exactly.
Skin smoothing, that ain't a big deal. Do it in post. Do it in post. Don't. I mean, God, there's so many things buried in menus, and you can only program so many buttons. And then if you had more buttons to program, you're never going to remember what you programmed all the buttons to, because there's too many things that you programmed. You're going to forget. We're not computers. We're not going to remember. Oh yeah, I got it. I got these function buttons programmed to this when I'm in video mode. I got these buttons programmed for that when I'm in stills mode, and I got these buttons programmed for something else when I'm in playback mode. Oh my God, take a pill, man. You're never going to remember all that.
But I think Matt did a good thing for the community to do that comparison, correct? Because it demystifies some conceptions about image quality of the different sensors, correct? So and it tells you that the business for the image quality is not the sensor, correct?
Look this is Maz, man. This is funny. If this is true, this is very, very sad state of affairs.
Yes.
People are getting dumber and dumber, so there are more and more restrictions. I saw a story today where a family canceled their African safari because their child couldn't ride a lion. Why are there human beings on this planet that are that stupid that think your child should be able to ride a lion? Good thing that you canceled your trip. I'll leave it at that. You do not deserve to go on that trip because you're not smart enough. There, I said it. But let's see.
Yeah, gets rid of the stupid people, let them ride lions.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, when we get into, oh my God, did you see the last statement here? They went to India instead, where they were promised their child could ride a tiger. Oh my God,
That's nice, isn't it?
It's like, it's just like people come to the park, they see the gators, and they literally think that they can pet them, get 2 inches away from them. A gator can outrun a human being any day of the week. You think you can run? I don't care if you're an Olympic athlete. The gator is going to outrun you and take you down if it wants to. No ifs, ands, or buts. Look at the stats. Look at the specs. You versus a gator. The gator wants you. The gator will win.
Yeah, I took my wife to see the fairy penguins. She saw a baby one about that big. She went down to touch it, and it went all postal on her.
It's just I just can't believe people anymore. They just think that every creature that exists is friendly, and they can pet it. Doesn't matter what it is. We should send them all to Australia and say the rumor is that you could pet all the snakes, that they're very happy to get petted, and then we could get rid of a lot of stupid people that way.
I think someone already did that.
Yeah.
They're already here.
That tells you how disconnected they are from nature, correct? Because it's basically don't have any.
Yeah. It's just silly.
But otherwise, they can take it to the supermarket, which I don't see those anymore. They have those little horses that you put a quarter.
Yeah, ride the carousel.
Exactly.
Go ride the carousel.
There are tigers and lions and everything in the carousel.
Yeah, that's what you can ride. Yeah, you can ride the carousel lion, and that's okay. Let's see if I'm just for lenses for me. Once I get the 180 to 600, the only lens that I would like to get is I'd like to get one wide angle prime. One wide angle prime. I got the 14 to 30 f4. I got the 24 to 120 f4. I'd like to get one wide angle prime.
Yeah, wide.
But I don't know which one I want to get. I mean, I don't know.
The 21.8 is brilliant.
Yeah, the 20. I'm only thinking the 20 because I have so many other lenses that start at 24. I got the 20. I got the F mount 24 to 70. I've got a lot of lenses that start at 24. So go a little wider. Go with the 20. That might be it.
Stunning lens.
That
one
might
of my
be
all-time favorites at 21.18.
And then from there, I think I'm done.
I might have a few spaces for some lenses.
I mean, I got the 40 millimeter f2. I might get the 28 millimeter SE version or something like that, or I don't know.
I just tried that 26. It's got such good reviews, and it was a little soft though. It might be just a copy I borrowed, which surprised me. I thought the 40 was sharper.
Then you can concentrate on planning some trips to use the equipment.
Oh, you got to use it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and I'm not complaining because this is how most of us are in the same boat. Is my wife is not a photographer. She has no interest in photography. I would want to go on a. Mazman's reminding me. Don't forget that fisheye lens I've been eyeballing. Yeah, the F mount. Yeah, so there's another one. So now we're up to
Fish
two.
eyes are good, but they're not a common lens you'll use all the time. You just use them once in a while, just for special spice. You don't use them much at all.
But it's hard because I don't like going on a trip without my spouse. And but she's content where we are. She says, you know, this I am. She says we live where we used to go to vacation all the time, so I'm happy just being here. But I feel guilty, you know, if I'm planning a lot of trips where I'm photocentric trips where I'm just going by myself. I feel like, you know, I'm getting the benefit. She's not getting any benefit. It just makes me feel a little guilty about doing something like that. But I mean, I'm at some point I'm going to have to at least do one trip somewhere. And she kind of knows that. I mean, I was going to go to Africa this year. I had planned to go on a trip to Africa this year, and then I had family that was coming to visit. The trip got moved out a week, and then it interfered with when some of my family was coming to visit us and stay with us. So I had to back out of the trip.
You see, Jeff, Mossman has the right answer to this one, correct? That you book a hotel with a spa, and in any case, the time that you take your photo is between 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. So you come back to be with your wife breakfast time or brunch time.
Well, you know, it's kind of weird. I kind of did that at one time on our 25th wedding anniversary. I went to Turks and Caicos.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Provo, and when I was like 20, I went to South Caicos, and it was a diving trip, scuba diving trip. And then when I went to 25th wedding anniversary, and I went to Provo, we stayed at an all-inclusive, you know, resort, and I also dove every day. Didn't cost me anything extra, so I went diving again. So here you're talking. Basically 30 years after I was first diving in that neck of the woods, I'm diving there again.
Wow.
And I'll tell you that the difference was back in the 70s, you look down in the water, you could see the bottom. You know, you're looking 100 feet down, you could see the bottom, and you could see tons of sharks swimming around, and you were getting in the water with these sharks. So 30-ish years later, went to basically the same area, same location, did not see one shark at all. I think the last day I thought I saw a small one, really, really almost out of my field of vision. And I'm like, where did all the sharks go? Well, we know where all the sharks went. It's all those boats coming to get shark fins, cut shark fins, killing all the sharks.
They cut the fin off and throw the
Body
shark
in the
back.
water. Yep. So there was no shark population anymore. I mean, it just so much people don't realize they hate sharks. People hate sharks because they know sharks can hurt them. So people tend to hate anything that can hurt them, whether it be a snake or an alligator, python, you know, poisonous spider. You know, everybody hates anything that can hurt them, and of course, sharks can hurt you, so they hate sharks. But without the sharks, the scavengers of the sea, the ones that take out the wounded and the hurt animals and thin out the population of the seal population or whatever, you screw up the whole balance of the underwater ecosystem, and then you have certain species that are now getting out of control population wise because you don't have a natural predator anymore to keep them in check. So you just screw everything up, and it's a ripple effect. And these people, and typically, you know, the Japanese and you know, Asian countries that love to get the shark fins. You're basically long term screwing yourself, and you're either choosing to ignore it or you're not smart enough to realize it. That's the sad thing, because that's what's going on.
No, obviously there are a lot of changes. Remember, there were places that I used to dive many, many years ago, and there were, sea urchins everywhere. And then suddenly you go to the same place, you cannot find a sea urchin, right? So just because they die or whatever happened to them, but
Well, that's where if you get if you get an overpopulation of sea otters, they eat the urchins.
that's right.
So if you have too many sea otters, they wipe out the urchins. And if
All
you
about balance.
everything, yeah, you got to have balance, and you don't have balance anymore.
Mm.
Yeah, this is true. Mazman says the sad thing is the fin's tasteless. Yeah, well, they try to make it out like the fin has a medicinal value. Oh, it cures cancer or whatever.
Aphrodisiac, whatever. That's the worst.
Yeah, so that's the unfortunate thing.
Thing is, the sharks are not nasty creatures. They're just doing what's natural.
Yeah.
Whereas orcas tend to attack everything.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering if I was going to look this up. Now, if you throw a person in the water with a great white shark, good chance something bad's going to happen. Now, you throw the same person in the water next to a pot of orcas. Are the orcas going to be friendly? Or are the orcas going? Or the
What
orcas?
mood they're in. Sometimes they play with their prey or whatever they find in the water until it's dead.
So you're a toy, but you still end up dead.
Normally, the sharks are not that bad. I've swum with sharks, and they normally only bite people by mistake.
Yeah.
As orcas, they can hunt other, like beluga whales and other things, and they're quite ruthless.
Well, the problem with them is that they hunt in packs, and they're so smart they communicate with each other and set up a plan of attack, and they could basically take down anything they want. They could take it down because there's too many. Even a whale, they could if there's enough orcas, they can take down a large whale because there's so many of them. Now, what if aside from the 35-1.2 that isn't out yet, and the
135
135-1.8, what lenses would you guys like to see come out?
I'd like to see a 200 macro. That might be possible. Tilt shift would be nice. Maybe a fisheye just for the flavor of it, just for the change.
Do you think it's cost effective?
Not at all.
Do you think it's cost effective or makes sense for them to come out with a full line of tilt shift lenses for the Z mount?
Tilt shift's important because there's architects and product photographers that need them. You need the tilt shift for product photography and architecture.
But they were still in manual focus, Roy.
Yeah, they were manual focus then. So
I mean, the ones that we have now, which are manual focus, will work.
They do.
It should be okay.
Mm.
Well, I guess here's the question: is the way the tilt shifts are designed right now?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think a Z mount tilt shift lens is going to be considerably better for optical quality, or
wow,
you think it would be better optically?
I think it should be because you got the bigger mount.
Okay.
This is probably one of the few ones that probably work on a medium format Nikon because they have a bigger field of view, bigger sensor circle.
So that's a 45 millimeter.
This is the 85 because I'm a product photographer.
Okay.
If I was an architect photographer, I'd be using a wide 24 or something. Well, that lovely 19 that they made. But this is the 85. I use that because you can drop the field of focus where you want it. It's easier than focus stacking.
No, I agree.
And that's where, well, some landscape photographers use tilt shift as well, don't they?
Explain the trees and that.
Yeah.
No, those are nice. If I go and went to landscape, I actually like to bring the tilt shift. I believe I have two of those. I think I have the 45 and the 24, and they're nice. But that means that you have to go specifically for an outing that is no wildlife. It's landscape, flower photography, But I don't see the advantage of but I haven't thought about what you say, Roy, that the mount being bigger, correct, may present some advantage. But I mean, you got to work manual focus, correct?
I think a lot of the new lenses are better because of the bigger mount. Sony's got the problem with that tiny little crop sensor mount they're using for their full frame cameras. They're going to have to enlarge that soon, or they're going to lose quality.
Yeah, they're kind of hamstrung as to how good they can make their lenses because of their mount size, and even Canon's is bigger, but it's still not as big as the Nikon mount. Mm-hmm. So theoretically, as long as Nikon doesn't cut corners and they make the best lens they can to take advantage of their mount size, their lenses should typically be better than what anybody else can put on their camera because of the mount. As long as they don't cut corners, their lenses should all. And right now, I mean, when you look at reviews of lenses, it's pretty rare when the Nikon lens is not rated better than the other brands. In that.
Well, Nikon's always been more lenses than cameras.
Yeah. I mean, they a lot of it, like you said, Roy, many times, Nikon used to make the lenses. Not only did they used to make the lenses for Canon cameras when Canon was making bodies, but they didn't do glass. They got their glass from Nikon, but Nikon also made medium format lenses for medium format cameras too. And they made lenses for. They probably made lenses for the movie industry,
cameras and everything. They made them for view cameras, and they made a lot of lenses.
Yeah,
very high quality lenses.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see where they now one could argue too, and whether they're abandoning the market on making APS-C lenses and leaving that completely up to the third-party vendors, or whether they're going to come out with more DX lenses. And as Roy has said many times in commentary, if you ever think that you're going to go to full frame at some point in time, then you should buy the full frame lenses to put on your APS-C cameras. But if you have no intention of doing that, and a case for that might be someone who doesn't feel they're ever going to be able to afford the long lenses, F-mount lenses, and want to take advantage of that crop factor and be able to buy a cheaper telephoto lens or a cheaper zoom lens, and have that reach and save money on the lens all around, and because they're going to be using it for wildlife, and that's a good. Then that's a good way to go if you're focusing on that genre, and you don't want to be buying $4,500 and up high-end glass. Then I can see that. But then if you're a generalist now and you want to go and do landscape photography and stuff like that, then now you're kind of, at one time I had a full frame and I had an APS-C. I had both. But now I don't anymore. Now I just have full frame. I don't. To me, if I need to pretend I'm APS-C, I'll just switch it to DX mode.
All the technology is going into full frame anyway, so APS-C is getting left behind a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, but I could see it if, going back when I was younger and raising a family and didn't have the disposable income. There's no way I could.
And how curious you are about photography too.
Yeah, I couldn't
If you're a camera for the sake of it, you don't need a full frame.
Yeah, I couldn't jump into full frame when I was young and buy a lot of the lenses because of the cost. I just couldn't do it. So I had a D1. I had a D100, I had a D200, I had a D300.
Yeah, but there were no full frame at that time, correct?
Well, I mean, eventually I decided I wanted a higher level camera, and I bought the D3S. And when I bought the D3S, I think I still had my D300 at the time, so I had both. But I wasn't buying a lot of lenses. I would buy a couple. I had a few for the APS-C. I had a few for the full frame, and then I really only got into getting silly with my purchases when I moved down here and I retired and I decided to do wildlife, and then I got
It's expensive.
Then I got silly, and yeah, I gotta and I sometimes get a little too silly with the old cameras, and I gotta throttle back.
The question for you, Jeff, is when you get your 180 to 600, because I had the same dilemma. Would you retire the 500 PF? Because that's a difficult lens to retire, correct?
It is a difficult lens to retire. I don't think I will know that answer until I see how good the quality is out of the 180 to 600. So it's a little early to know. If the quality is extremely close, then I probably won't use the 500 very often. Would I get rid of it and sell it? I'm not sure that I would do that.
New
But
400 4.5 is nice too.
I could see not using
taking it every day.
I could see not using it a lot, but I love that. I took tens of thousands of pictures with that lens. I mean, I love that lens. I mean, and even now, sometimes I'll say, you know what, I'm not bringing the 800 with me, and I'm one that's very paranoid about putting a lot of gear in my car or having a lot of gear sitting in my car. So when I'm going where I'm going, I predetermine in my head what lens or lenses I want to bring with me, and I don't ever bring more than two, and lots of times I only bring one. So sometimes I'll just say, today's going to be the 500 PF day, because I love shooting video with the 500 PF because it's so light versus the 800. I can have a lot steadier video handheld than I can with the 800. And the thing, what's happening now is if the birds, depends on what the birds are doing. If the birds for some reason have an issue where they're tending to congregate farther away from shore, then I need the reach of the 800, or I'm not gonna get a reasonable image size. I don't want to be cropping. I could shoot with the 500, but I'd have to crop it too much, or I could shoot with the 800 and I only have to crop it a little bit. So, but then if the birds, when they start getting into the mode where maybe they're always closer to shore, then I would probably leave the 800 at home and just put the 500 on, and I'd be happy.
Exactly. But that's the beauty of working your local state park or local national park, because if you miss one day because you only brought the 500 or the 800, you can go the next day with the other lens, correct? So you don't have to.
I mean, I don't. It's funny. You get there and you get. Let's see. When did I go there last? I went there on think I went there Thursday. So I went there I think I went there Thursday. So you get there and then you meet some people that you see all the time, and they say, "Oh, you missed all the fun yesterday. All the gators were eating crabs like crazy." Of course you missed it. You didn't go that day. You missed it. I can't go every day.
But you have seen that before, correct?
And I've seen it before, but they made it out like, oh, but this was so much better than what you've ever seen before. And all the gators were eating blue crabs. All the gators were going nuts eating blue crabs. And then you feel bad, and you're like, oh, why didn't I go yesterday? It's like, but you can't. There's always another day. You're gonna see it another time. It may take a year. It may take a year, but eventually you'll see it again.
But the question for you will be when you had to go on longer trip to, like, for instance, where those black skimmer went that you visit with Mossman, would you take the 800 and the 180-600 rather than the 800 and the 500 PF?
Yeah,
that is the dilemma there.
No, that's easy. I would take the 180-6, and I would take the 800.
Yeah, that's probably what I would do as well.
Because zooms get knocked around a lot. Quality isn't the same. The quality gap has gotten a lot closer than it's ever been with the new glass than ever before. And obviously, on paper, no one can argue that this goes from 180 to 600. No one in their right mind is going to say that when you're at 600 with the zoom, it's going to be as good a quality as the 600 f4 with the TC. It's not going to be the same quality, but you're not paying 15 grand for the lens either. Is the quality good enough for most people? For most people, and it would be. So but yeah, it's the primes are always going to be better, because normally the prime always ends up being the number that's at one end of the scale or the other of the zoom range. Either the prime is at the low end of the zoom range, or the prime is at the far end of the zoom range. And that's where a zoom is at its weakest, usually at the beginning and at the end of the range, because they used to say, oh, if you say you had the 2 to 500, they'd say, well, don't zoom it out to 500, back it up to like 480. You're going to get a better result. You're going to get a sharper image if you back it up a little. Don't shoot it at 500.
Yeah.
But it's the flexibility, especially with wildlife. Birds move close, they move far away. They move close, they move far away. They move close, and you got the 800 on your camera, and you have a sidewalk, and you have a guardrail. You can't back up far enough to take the picture when they move close, so you don't get any pictures.
Yeah. So I tell you, for instance, last year, correct? There is a couple of weekends in September, early October, that I like to go to the Rocky Mountain National Park for the elk rod. It's the best time of the year. That's when they're the peak. That's when you see all the action, correct? So last year I took the 600, correct? The old G 600,
Yep.
and I took the 100 to 400 Z version, right?
Yeah.
That was the combination. Okay. I didn't take the 500. I only took those, and that worked fine. Actually, the 100 to 400 gave me a great amount of good pictures, because when the action came close, I dropped the 600, and then I moved to that one. I think that will be the same case here with the 180 to 600. That will be probably the combination that I would have, and maybe I put the teleconverter on the 800 for the very far away things, and then I use the 180 to 600. But it had to do what you said. It had to be the quality of the image, correct?
Yeah, if I was a way I looked at it, I get the 180 to 600. If I say I was going to go to Africa next year, let's say I go to Africa next year, I'd bring the 800. I'd bring the 800. I'd bring the 180 to 600. I'd probably bring a either an 85 or a 105 for portraits of the tribes. Okay, I'd bring a either the 14 to 24 or well, I don't have the 20 millimeter yet, but if I had a 20 millimeter, I'd bring the 14 to 24, and I'd bring the 24 to 120, and I'd bring the 20 millimeter lens with me for general purpose and wide angle shots for landscapes. And so I'd have 4 lenses with me. I would just go with 4 lenses, and maybe I'd throw a TC in if I felt like putting a TC in there, and that's it. That'd be good. 4 lenses.
Call the police, right? It happens to me.
So the issue is, as I think, the 100 to 400. It's that's the other lens that maybe I would use less with the 180 to 600. Correct? I think Greg Corker is mentioning that about, correct? Because that's an excellent lens, but it's heavy. Probably almost as heavy or shorter than the 180 to 600. Is which one you get to use?
Well, to me, if the 1 to 4 is an S series lens, it's going to be better. In that 1 to 400, it's going to be better at 400 than the 180 to 6 is when it's at 400. Okay. If I don't need the extra reach, I'm doing a local outdoor concert event. Okay, or I'm doing a children's soccer game. I don't need the 600 millimeter. I could get away with the 1 to 4, and it's going to work just fine. And I would keep the 1 to 4. And yes, you're right. It's not going to get used as much if you're a wildlife shooter, but if you do other events other than wildlife, the 1 to 4 is going to be a handy lens to have, and I would hang on to it. That's just me. I mean, I'm not going to get rid of that. The only lens that may be iffy is my 500 PF. And right now it's not iffy because I don't have a second mirrorless body.
That's right.
So if my mirrorless body dies, I got to use my D850. Okay, and I need my 500 PF to put on my D850.
Good point.
If I get a second mirrorless body, then that's the point where I could say bye-bye to the 500. Because
that lens is so good that it's difficult to. I mean,
yeah, when I've walked around a week, let's say with the 800, and then I decide to take the 500 with me, I feel like I could throw the camera up in the sky and catch it.
Should have tried the old 800. The old 800 was huge and heavy. But I like a prime on the tripod to focus on what I'm doing, then a zoom in my hand on the other body to catch anything I miss.
Yeah, I mean, that's like I said, if I went to Africa, lots of times the animals are pretty far away, or they're the type of animals that you don't want to get too close to anyway, right? You got to be safe, safety first.
In Africa, you only need a 70 to 200. Those tours are pretty close.
Yeah, and then if they come close to the vehicle, you're going to want the zoom. You're going to want the zoom. You're not going to be using the 800. They could be walking right alongside the safari vehicle.
They do.
So, but there's good birds in Africa too. So you might want the 800 for the birds. So may not need it for the lions and the tigers.
I like the 6 for birds. 600 seems about right.
Yeah.
But we got bigger birds, I suppose.
Yeah. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. But you definitely, as you keep justifying these new purchases, you are now shortening the usage of all the ones that you've bought before.
Well, and that's why I remember I made a comment to Chuck at one point that we complain the way they release the lenses, but I think Nikon was very clever the way that they release them, because it make people keep buying the next one up, covering almost the same range. I mean, imagine it. I mean, if this lens would have the zoom would have come before for instance, the 400 4.5, that would have effect. But the fact that the 400 4.5 came first, correct? That makes from their point of view, not ours, that makes perfect sense, correct?
Oh yeah, they were strategic in releasing, in how they released the lenses,
Exactly,
to make it where you'd buy one and then a year later say, "Oh, gee, I kind of need that other one too," and spend more
exactly.
money. They were
Exactly.
very smart. I mean, I know Chuck retracted his statement about Nikon's marketing a while back and said he had to reverse his opinion and say that they actually did a good job marketing, because
They've done very well lately.
they did a good job marketing.
Those African tours, all you need is 70 to 200, and perhaps it's 24 to 70.
Yeah, see, that's the quandary I'm in too, is that I do not want to be replacing every F mount lens I bought with a Z mount lens.
Yeah.
So I convinced myself, or said to myself, I will buy a Z mount lens for whatever discipline of photography that I'm doing the most, which right now is wildlife and birds. So I bought the Z glass to cover that, but I have the 70 to 200 2.8 FLED latest version. I'm not going to get rid of that lens. If I need the 70 to 200, I'll put the FTZ on the body. I'm not going to get rid of it, because you can't get. It is so disgusting how little money you could get right now for F mount glass. I got a phone
Unless
call.
you're buying it.
Yeah, I got a phone call from the dealer that I was going to buy a Z8 from, and I said I wouldn't need it till August. So he calls me. He says, "You still want the Z8? I got one here waiting for you." And I said, "No, I'm going to hold off. I'm going to wait to see what Nikon comes out with next, because I might be able to get a cheaper camera that's going to do what I want to do for a second body. Or," I said, "if it doesn't, then I may have to revisit a refurb Z9, which is going to be cheaper than buying a new one." So I says I'm gonna hold off, and I didn't get the Z8, but it's like it's a mind you play. It's this mind game that you're playing with yourself all the time with gear, because if I go back 6 years ago, I wasn't shooting wildlife at all. I was doing landscapes, seascapes, go down country roads, take pictures of barns, take pictures of old trucks, go to car shows, go to racetracks, take pictures at races, do macro photography, do stuff like that. I didn't do anything to do with wildlife, and now I'm like 80% wildlife, 10% street photography, 10% macro or whatever. That's kind of where I am now.
Yeah, but it eventually
But
gets
that could
resolved.
change. That could change. If I ever moved and I wasn't near wildlife, then you got to adjust and shoot what you have. If you live in a big city like New York, you live in a big city. What are you taking pictures of? Street photography,
wildlife, just a bit different.
Yeah, street photography and architectural photography. That's probably what you're doing. You cater. Your preferences get adjusted depending on where you live and what's available to you to shoot.
Or travel.
You know,
for whatever you did. But the issue is all these dilemmas we get resolved in the everyday travel, correct? When you get to your car, you're going to go someplace, as you said, you have to decide what to take because you cannot take everything with you. It's not practical, correct? And not safe because you cannot leave it in your car either. I agree with you. You if you're going to stay out of your car, it's going with you, and there is a limit how much you want to carry to still make it enjoyable, right? And then those dilemmas get resolved. Right?
yeah, yeah. It's just you know, I mean, the only time you don't have a problem is if you're fortunate enough where you're my age and you're still working and making a decent income, and a lot of that income can be disposable income. Then you can just buy everything you might want and you don't have to worry about nothing, right? But for many of us, we have to make choices.
Exactly.
So Roy, I don't know if you put this on the screen.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, you did that. Okay.
The choice between the 400 and the 1 to 400 is depends on what you're shooting mostly. If you're mostly shooting around 400, you're probably better off with the 400 4.5.
Yep. Yep. Agree.
If you need the versatility, the 100 to 400 is there.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. It's like and that's what gets me with camera. You know, I'm not saying B&H is like this because, you know, B&H, they have a lot of people that work there. They got a lot of specialists. You could go to the Nikon area. You could go to the Fuji area. But I remember, you know, when I was, you know, you go back 40 years, you had local camera stores, and the local camera stores might have only had 2 employees or 3 employees in the store, and they had to know all the brands. You didn't have like one guy that knew Nikon and one guy that knew Canon and one guy that knew, you know, like you have at B&H. You know, you got the Canon guys, you got the Nikon guys, you got the Fuji guys.
They weren't selling tickets or something last week.
Yeah, you just had 3 guys. They had to know everything, and they sold darkroom equipment too. So they had to know everything. And those days are now gone. And and I miss that, because when you had people like that, you could match people up with what was best for them. And now everything, and a lot of it's marketing. You know, everybody says, and I agree, Sony's marketing is pretty much better than anybody else's.
It is.
I mean,
they do great events too. They feed everyone. Yeah,
I mean, they just have it down pat, and they have a big budget that they invest in their marketing campaigns, and they have with the younger generation, they have name recognition that has nothing to do with their cameras, but people know the name because they buy their PlayStation and all their video games from them. And so they just say, well, I like my Sony PlayStation. I'm sure I like the Sony camera. And they go and they buy the Sony camera.
Nothing wrong with Sony cameras. It's just they're not for me. I like something a bit more suitable.
Yeah, I just can't I can't use them other than the A1. The A1 felt decent in my hand. It was much better than the other models, but the other models ergonomically did not work for me. So I couldn't.
I like the A1, but it just didn't feel as solid as it should do.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's got the technology, obviously.
Flash Sinker 400 was nice. I did like that bit.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, I mean, like you said, the thing is, you got to wonder with Sony is when will they get to the point? The other thing that hurts them to me is that this proprietary cards, you know, the CFE-A, you know, they're the only ones that use the CFE-A. And then they used to have the Sony memory stick, if you remember that, going way back. Proprietary Sony memory stick, and they get hung up on having the proprietary formats, and that no one else uses, and they get themselves in trouble because they will brag about their video capabilities,
Exactly.
but their memory cards limit their video capabilities. It's it limits their recording time. Those memory cards, those CFEA cards, do not come in the same storage capabilities as the CFEB cards do, or speed. So you're handicapping yourself with that because you're hung up on that on having that small body, on having that smaller body, and you're paying a certain price for that. And I would think at some point in time, yeah, maybe 80% of your cameras are small body, but at some point in time, you got to come out with a bigger body camera that uses CFEB cards or whatever, that doesn't overheat, and you got to go that route because you will eventually see your market share erode over time.
I think they're starting to suffer a little more now than they have in the past. Sony seem to be staggering a bit. It's unfortunate because we need more brands. We've lost too many already.
Yeah, and I like the Fuji cameras in terms of their quality is really good. There's nothing wrong with their cameras, but unfortunately, if you're not going to jump into the medium format scenario, you don't have a full frame option, and you have to be willing to just shoot APS-C. Just like you could say even worse. I mean, Olympus OM system makes a great they have great cameras right now. They basically beat the crap out of them in the Arctic, and the things are extremely well weather sealed and temperature tolerant and everything else, and they have a lot of great features. But do you want micro four thirds?
The only advantage is the size of the lenses and the weight you're going to carry. There's no other advantage to them.
Yeah. You got to be. Yeah, Mozman. Sony had the mini disc too. Yeah. Oh my God.
Remember that? Still got some.
We used to use those at work.
Well, and that's what I made a comment about Sony corporate culture, about standards, right? They think by their size and place in the market that they can force a standard. I mean, all these are failed attempts of force everybody else to go their way.
Well, they don't. They have forgotten about Betamax apparently.
Exactly. Well, that's Randall mentioned that.
It's like, how did that work for you, Sony? How did the Betamax system work for you? It did not. You failed miserably. It did not work.
All their innovation in camera seems to be dying. There's nothing new in their cameras. AI is just a gimmick.
Yeah, and it's not AI. I mean, everybody's calling all this stuff AI, and all it is programmable logic. It is you program you can sit there and program the camera, and you can make it appear like the camera is thinking for you, but it's really not. It's all in the programming. You can sit there and program it, and have the camera say, "Oh, that's not the optimum setting. My background's going to be blown out. I have to recommend a different setting so the background isn't blown out." That's not AI. That's a programmed algorithm. That is just
implying it's machine learning, which is a whole other thing.
It's just putting in code that says, like, if this equals this, do this. If this equals that, do that. That's all it is.
And that's why I remember Mossman making that comment again and again a few months ago. Hey, your camera is not doing learning as you should. All the learning took on the training session of the neural network that developed the software that you're using. The cameras your software, your camera is not changing with your own personal usage. And Mossman was repeating that again and again, and people were insisting, no, my camera is much better now because I'm photographing this subject on the other. I mean, it's not nonsensical. It's the same thing that people comment about all this AI and neural network. I mean, you probably know, Jeff and Roy, you work in the IT industry, correct? For a while, neural network existed since we were back in university, correct?
Yeah. Well, even
It's just that the computers are better now at handling the neural network. It's not like the concept of the neural network and the programming neural network is different, correct?
Yeah, they don't have a conscience. They don't have a thinking mechanism at all. They're just they are able to access and process so much information, and they have access to so much information and so many databases that they can retrieve information
Oh,
and give you the answer, like the chat thing going on, right? That's not really AI. That is just some phenomenal programming with a lot of data that's available that machine can access and search on a query and find all the information that's out there within its database and compile something, put something together. It's not intelligently choosing this over that. It's just its ability to grab information from various sources based on a certain search criteria and put together something.
no,
Yes.
so in reality, what had happened is that there were the true changes is not actually the architecture of the neural network. Those existed since the 70s and the 80s, correct?
Yeah.
Is that the processors are faster now and they can create, and they have access to examples, correct? The databases of serial examples of cats. And then eventually the neural network start recognizing, creating the nodes that recognize, hey, this is a cat versus this is a bird. Uh,
Yeah.
So it's not that computing has advanced that much, it's that the fastness and the availability of the data have made those algorithms, those architecture much
More
better.
effective.
Yeah.
Exactly. But there is still no camera that is learning, correct? As you
No
go.
machine learning yet.
No.
No.
Back in the 80s, I wrote a program to manage database AI, and I got a doctorate for it, but that was then. So we've had AI since the 80s, and matrix metering was basically AI by their standards. It's just grown from there.
What has progressed is that now it's easier, correct? So talking about birds, correct? Spectrograms, right? Which is, you probably know that, you guys, Fourier transform to go from multitude of frequencies to discrete frequencies versus time. Those
there's still no
existed. I
machine
mean,
learning
I
yet.
studied those in university, correct? So and I graduated now almost 40 years ago, correct? The so but it was difficult to do it faster, correct? And now those spectrograms are treated as an image, and they can say, is this bird or that bird? That is what has progressed, correct? It's the recognition, it's feeding all those spectrograms to a neural
It's just
network.
doing more things to achieve the end.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's
it's not machine learning, though.
no. But again, remember Mossman trying to educate us here many times on that, and failing.
He tried to correct people's assertion that it's not AI, and they insisted it was AI. Well, that's because the companies are saying it's AI, but it's
exactly
not.
It's a marketing tool.
It's a marketing tool, and they're improperly using the terminology, and that's not what it is.
Yeah, and actually put many people off, correct? And when we were still not retired working, every time somebody will put in the title of their paper, AI, blah, 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 and say, okay, I'm not going to even consider that paper, because, they were trying to, put smoking mirrors in front of you. So anyway, but there is tremendous progress, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm just going to throw this up on the screen. Randall, he bought the Mega Adapt ETZ-11 adapter for E-mount to work with Nikon.
1 minute.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that people forget too when you're comparing brands is you have more adaptive lenses from different brands that will work on Nikon than any other brand camera. So that's a thing too. You could buy a Nikon body. You can find an adapter to use your lenses for your other brand, and you can have two different camera bodies and use one set of lenses. And a lot of other brands don't have adapters that go, may not have an adapter where they can put a Z-mount lens on their camera.
Well, and I don't know if you remember these, but the old Tamron lenses from the 80s, they sell you the same lens, correct? And then you used to buy the adapter for Nikon or Canon, or it was the same lens. So you buy the lens and it was a very thin adapter.
Yeah.
To change the bayonet, correct? For the appropriate bayonet that you have.
It was like a third of the depth of a teleconverter.
Exactly.
It was like like nothing, like an inch or a little more than an inch.
What it's called. Adaptor.
Yeah.
But it was they used to make one single lens and you buy for whatever. I mean, all the Nikon, Pentax, or Canon. Okay.
Well, I tell you, a lens brand, and I don't know if they even still exist, but I mean, I always say that term back in the day. People are probably tired of hearing me saying back in the day, but I mean, Vivitar made a lot of lenses. In the 70s and the 80s and 90s, and Vivitar made a lot of lenses for a lot of different brands of cameras. And Tamron was around too. And I'm trying to think of who else. And I know Sigma's been around for a while.
They were terrible then.
Yeah, they were awful. They were not good then. Well, even until recently, they always were so much heavier than the other brands. The native lenses, they were always so much heavier than the native lenses for the brand camera that you had. I'm trying to think of who else. I mean, and then you had, you had these brands that basically the lenses were toys, I mean, it was like lowest f-stop was f8 or f11.
Now the picture changed when they introduced more electronic in the camera, correct? Because all those Tamron with the different adapters, they were purely mechanical, correct? Then when they start having more electronics, then is when you say, oh, maybe I should not be adapting as much as.
Yeah, you had Takina. Takina used to be pretty big. I don't think they're
as big. Optical company. Takina.
Yeah,
it was a few good lenses and a few bad ones.
Yeah, but then you had all the junk ones that I think must have came out of the same factory, and they put different names on them. You had Quantaray, Soligar, you had a 5-star, you had all these really, really, really bad.
Who knows where they were made?
Bad lenses.
Well, the Sigma, the Takinas, and the Tamron always were the best ones, correct?
Yeah, Sigmas were crap in the beginning.
Yeah.
They weren't very good. They weren't. They
Tamron's come ahead the most, probably biggest improvement.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, even the ones that have come out to support the Voigtlanger and the all these other brands that I hadn't heard of until recent years, that have all of a sudden shown up, Chinese lens manufacturing companies and stuff that making the manual focus Z-mount lenses, and then
the plastic elements.
Yeah, now they're coming out. Now they're starting to come out with some autofocus lenses, but then like I said, third party lenses were always the ones that I never bought until I read a bunch of reviews about them, in the magazines back in the day because the quality was so iffy on some of them that unless I read in 2 or 3 magazines that lens was an exception, that it was a really good lens, I wouldn't even consider buying it. I'd always buy the name brand lens that went with my body. But and I'm that way still today. Like I said, I think last week I said if it's interesting that new let me see, let me find it here. It is kind of interesting to talk about that Tamron 35 to 150 f2 to 2.8 lens that's coming out that they make for Sony, and they're going to be making it in a Z mount. That's a very interesting range, a very impressive maximum aperture, but I would not put my money on it now until I read a whole bunch about it. Versus if that had was a Nikon instead, I would put my name on the list now. So that's my way I think, you know.
But you see, Jeff, the only access to information at a time was mostly to either your local camera or popular photography, correct? And
Yeah.
then you wanted to find out how much it costs. You go to the back pages where the
Yeah.
Adoramas and the
Yeah.
B&H tell you what the prices were. But
yeah, do you think? I mean, I'll say my answer is no up front, but I mean, you still have a lot of people that would love to be able to use their old screw drive autofocus lenses on Z cameras. Do you think anybody's going to come out and make an adapter to use those lenses on a Z body?
Technically, the Megadap one works, but it's not nice. And those old lenses are very clunky. They had some very nice AFD lenses, but they're a bit too old now.
well, and Roy, when they moved the autofocus motor from the camera to the lens, that was the end to a degree to that mode of working, correct? So you can, I think you can use those as a minor focus lenses, correct?
Yeah, you can.
I'll tell you, I'm very surprised how fast a screw drive autofocus lens works on my F4 F4S. It focuses pretty darn fast. I mean, it may not be as fast as a Z mount, but it's pretty darn fast. I could go like point it here, point it there, point it there, point it there, and it's like zip, zip, zip. It's quick. It's quick.
Your autofocus system on the D4 is probably, and the F4 is probably the thing that's doing the work.
Yeah, yeah. But let's see.
Voigtlander is a pretty good brand, though, even though they are mostly manual focus still.
Yeah.
They're made by Cosina.
Yeah. And Cosina's been around for a long time.
Ages.
Yeah. Yeah, Greg Corker's saying Grays praises some of the Voigtlander lenses. Yeah.
I like them, but you wouldn't use them professionally because they're manual. You wouldn't use manual focus lenses professionally.
Yeah, TT Artisan, that was the other brand I was trying to think of that's out now. That
Chinese lenses slowly getting better, but they've still got a way to go.
What surprised me is that they haven't made actually more rapid progress.
I think the Nikon mount's fairly complicated to duplicate, to re-engineer, back engineer.
And the fact, Roy, that they have stayed basically on a certain focal range. There is no, they haven't attempted to make the long telephotos or the exotics. Okay?
They sell the ones that sell the most. The big, like 600mm lens is not something you can sell 10 a day.
Here's a funny comment. Oh, that's not the one. Well, that is funny though. That's not the one I was looking for. Anybody remember two guys or Fed Gemco. I remember Two Guys. Two Guys was a big department store. We had them in Connecticut when I grew up as a kid. They had everything in there. And actually, we had a called the Caldor's department store, and that's where I bought my first cameras because they sold every brand of camera. They didn't. If you had like a high, let's say Nikon had 2 or 3 really high-end professional cameras, they might have only had one of the 3 on the shelf. You could order the other ones if you wanted them, but they sold every brand. They had, Pentax K1000s. They had the SRT 101 Minoltas. They had in the day they had Canon AE1s and AE1 programs and Fuji cameras and everything. They had all that stuff in the store, and they had enlarging equipment as well. And it was just a department store. It was mostly clothes and toys, but they had a pretty darn good photo department. And then the next thing you know, all the department stores got rid of their photo departments because then that's when you had camera shops starting to really show up. And they of course sold a lot more because they'd have all the tripods and all the other superficial equipment, more flashes, more of everything. And the department store's camera section eventually just went away altogether. But when I was real young, you didn't have a camera store in your town. You had department stores that sold cameras.
JCPenney used to have their own aisle for camera, correct?
Yeah.
Here.
Times
Chosen
change.
chosen by design. Says Two Guys was like a Target for him when he was young. Yeah, I agree. It was a cool store.
I remember they used to sell guns at Kmart here. I don't know if they sold them out.
Yeah, they did. I remember them selling guns at Kmart.
Digital clock radio.
Yeah. I got a kick out of a radio. When you're young, you have weird perceptions of things. And I had an old analog radio that I listened to when I went to bed. I always had the music playing when I went to sleep. And it had an old Bakelite housing. It had a Bakelite. And when you turned the radio on, you had a light, and like the whole case like glowed like yellow or whatever, had a certain color to it. And then as the years went by, and eventually that radio didn't work anymore, and I had to get a modern radio. Being young and not so smart, obviously, at the time, I said to myself, gee, the radio stations were so much better on that old radio than in this new one. I just had so many good memories of the music I listened to on that old radio. And then when I updated to the new one, times had changed and I didn't like the music anymore. And I thought it was the radio doing it rather than a change of the times. I'm like, oh, that radio plays awful music. I like my old radio better. Yeah, Sears had a lot of cameras too. I forget who made them for Sears though.
Yeah, they rebranded a lot of cameras, and Vivitar used to make a lot of stuff for Sears.
Yeah.
Not that I ever went there.
Let's throw out a different conversation. Are there any cameras or camera lenses, Roy, over the years that you really liked that were made in Russia?
The Helios ones are okay if you get a good one, but the quality, the image quality is not brilliant. Not really. There's not really good Russian lenses. They're fun, but they're not serious lenses.
Because it
They
just
copied a lot. They copied a lot of the Zeiss lenses.
yeah, that's the thing. It seemed like everybody and their brother and sister, including Nikon, including Minolta, were always trying to copy the Leica rangefinder design to some extent.
That's a Helios 135. Oh, sorry.
Nice and shiny.
It is. So the thing is, with these, you've got to make sure you get a good one. That's a M39 mount, like a Leica.
Yeah, like a Leica. Do you like
Like
your
a Leica.
Leica?
And that's a Helios from where, Roy?
That's from Russia.
Russian? Okay.
Helios and Z and a few other brands are all from Russia.
But Russia copied like so many different brand cameras, especially from Germany. At one time,
Yes.
everybody was trying to copy German cameras. You know, Japan was trying to copy German cameras.
Well, they were the
Russia
best made
was trying
cameras
to
at the
copy
time.
German cameras. It was crazy.
They were the
Great.
best cameras at the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Best lenses. Zeiss has always been good lenses.
Yeah.
In East Germany, they had Zeiss Jenner,
That's
which
right.
is the other half of the Zeiss. And they're quite well made, though. They're not Russian, but they're East German. They're worth collecting.
Now, who was it that Zeiss ended up partnering with? Because after the war, when Germany was split into two different factions, the Leica plants couldn't work together anymore, and Leica had to find someone else to work with for lenses. Who was that they chose to? Was it? Leica and Minolta had a relationship for a while, both with
There's been a
camera bodies and electronics, and like the when Leica came out with the CL, a lot of those lenses were made by Minolta for the CL. They had Leica lenses that went on them, and they had rocker lenses that went on them. But when the original split happened between East and West Germany, wasn't Leica in trouble trying to find someone to help them with their manufacturing, because they could. I read something about that, and I'm only remembering bits and pieces.
I can't remember the brand that used to make it. We used to get a lot of those M39 mount lenses anyway, from different Meyer Görlitz and companies like that.
But Roy, sized, correct? I know there was East German and West German size, correct?
Yeah.
But they didn't manufacture that many lenses for cameras, or
Yeah, they did. They made a lot of different mounts and different cameras. Zeiss used to make cameras too.
yeah.
Made a nice TLR.
Yeah, I think we have to think about. I'm losing track of the hours here. We're approaching.
Yes,
We're getting very late in the evening.
we don't want to break Chuck's record, do we?
No, because that record belongs to him, and I know that on that particular night when he had that record, I think Mozman was down here visiting his dad, and and him and I both got off the show like at 12:30. We were on the panel, and we left at 12:30. We got to our photo destination in the morning. It was almost 7:30 in the morning, and Mozman says, "Oh, Chuck must be doing another stream. He's on again." and then he paused for a second, and he said, "Oh my God, he never left. It's the same stream. It's the same stream." That was so funny. But hey, guys, I think we should call it a night, because my wife's gonna say I'm stupid as stupid is. So thank you, everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel. You guys were great hanging around here till the end of the show. I mean, appreciate it very much. I mean, we really had a lot of off the cuff discussions tonight that I think were really fun and interesting, whether it be talking about snakes and you know, hey, just like when Chuck does it, you know, sometimes you get way off topic and you're not talking cameras anymore. But I think we had a really good time. The chat was a lot more active than it was last week, and a lot more participation with the chat. And I think we did a better job of watching what's going on in the chat than we did before. So I think we're getting better at that. And I thank you guys for that, because that you guys are a big part of keeping me connected and the show connected to what's going on in the chat, because that's the most important thing. We could pick subjects to talk about, but we have to be willing to change direction snap your fingers and change direction and get involved with conversations within the chat. And I think we did a really good job of that tonight. So I hope everybody had a good time. I'm going to say my goodbye to everybody and use my old tagline, enjoy life, capture some of it, get out there and get some images, no matter what camera you have, no matter what kind of pictures you take, just get out there and take some pictures. And remember to send me a picture for the photo review for next Saturday. I want to have 30 to 40 pictures. And right now I only have 21. You can send more than one picture. Please do that. I would appreciate it. You guys say your goodbyes to everybody, and we'll call it a night.
Bye.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, folks, we're going to click the button. Have a good one.
All right.
We're still going.
Yeah. I clicked end stream, and it doesn't look like it's ending it. Oh,